My name is Katie. We are going to start your Trinity class right now in your home. The first step of the Trinity jig. Start in dancer feet. We're going to hop, point. Hop, point. Now we're going to swing knee. Swing knee, and now you're going to kick your bottom. Hop, and put it behind. Back, 2, 3, 4. If that felt tricky, don't worry. Hang in there with me. We'll try it a few more times. Dancer feet, hop, point, swing knee. Let's try it. Hop, point, swing knee. Let's try that again. Hop, point, swing knee. Try it again. Hop, point, swing knee. You're doing great. Now we're going to add the hop in the back. So we'll do hop, point, swing knee, hop, and then put it behind. Let's try it. Right foot in front, pulling up tall. 2, 3, and hop, point, swing knee, hop back. Very good. Let's try that again. Hop, point, swing knee, hop back. Look at my feet. Do you see a diamond between my feet? That means I'm turning and crossing. I'm turning out and I'm crossing my feet. When we do that properly and show only one knee, you make a diamond between your feet, which is the perfect Irish dance position. So every time you hop back in your jig, try and make a diamond. Now we're going to add the 2, 3, 4s. They're just little steps. So we'll start from the beginning. Hop, point, swing knee, hop back, 2, 3, 4. Let's try it. Ready? 2, 3. Hop, point, swing knee, hop back, 2, 3, 4. Hop, point, swing knee, hop back, 2, 3, 4. Hop, point, swing knee, hop back, 2, 3, 4.
Waltzing with bears, he goes wah 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 wah. Waltzing with bears, raggy bears, shaggy bears, baggy bears too. There's nothing on earth Uncle Walter won't do, so he can go waltzing, wah 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 waltzing. He can go waltzing, waltzing with bears. I went to his room in the middle of the night. I tiptoed inside and I turned on the light. But to my dismay, he was nowhere in sight. Well, we're sure Uncle Walter goes waltzing at night. He goes wah 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 wah, waltzing with bears. Raggy bears, shaggy bears, baggy bears too. There's nothing on earth Uncle Walter won't do, so he can go waltzing, wah 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 waltzing. He can go waltzing, waltzing with bears. I gave Uncle Walter a new coat to wear. When he comes in, it's all covered with hair. And lately I've noticed several new tears. I'm sure Uncle Walter goes waltzing with bears. He goes wah 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 wah, waltzing waltzing with bears. Raggy bears, shaggy bears, baggy bears too. There's nothing on earth Uncle Walter won't do, so he can go waltzing, waltzing. He can go waltzing, waltzing with bears. Oh, he told Uncle Walter that he should be good and do all the things that we said he should. But we know that he'd rather be off in the wood. I'm afraid we might lose him for good. He goes wah, 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 waltzing with bears. Raggy bears, shaggy bears, baggy bears too. There's nothing on earth Uncle Walter won't do, so he can go waltzing, wah, 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 waltzing. He can go waltzing, waltzing with bears. We begged Uncle Walter, oh please won't you stay? He managed to stay at home for the day, but the bears all barged in and they dragged him away. Now he's waltzing with pandas, he can't understand us. The bears all demand at least one dance a day. He goes wah, 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 waltzing with bears. Raggy bears, shaggy bears, baggy bears too. There's nothing on earth Uncle Walter won't do, so he can go waltzing, wah, 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 waltzing. He can go waltzing, waltzing with bears.
Hello and welcome. Happy St. Patrick's Day to all of you from me here in Scotland. Now, one of my good friends growing up was Princess Isolde from across the sea in Ireland. When I would go to visit her, I would always request this story. The Giant from Scotland. Fionn and his wife Una lived in their castle by the sea in County Antrim. One day a stranger arrived. It was a messenger from Scotland, a country across the sea. I bring a challenge from the mighty Angus, the messenger said. He is the tallest, strongest, and most fearsome giant in all Scotland. He has heard about your great strength and wants to fight you. Angus has beaten all the other giants, and you are the only one remaining. Do you accept the challenge? Of course I accept, said Fionn. I will begin to prepare immediately. And so he did. He's about twice as tall as everyone else. It's the biggest giant I've ever seen. From that day on, Fionn worked hard. He had decided to build a path across the sea to Scotland. It was a rather unusual causeway made up of hundreds of thousands of black rocks, all of different sizes and different heights. Some rocks had 6 sides, some 8, and others more than 10 sides. The warriors of the Fianna looked on in amazement as Fionn worked each day. Before long, the causeway stretched miles into the sea. One evening, when Fionn returned home, he noticed that Una was worried. What is the matter? He asked. Oh, Fionn, she replied, I heard some very disturbing news today. I heard that Angus is indeed much bigger than you, and that he is definitely stronger. If I cannot beat him with my strength, then we must think of a plan. I may not be as big or as strong as he is, but I am much cleverer. In building the causeway, they say that's how it was made by giants. Fionn and Una talked for many hours. They thought of many plans, but could not find one that they were sure would work. Time was running out. Later that week, the messenger from Angus returned and told Fionn that Angus would arrive in 2 days' time. Tell him that Fionn is ready and waiting, said Una. Do not worry, Fionn. I have a plan in mind. Una worked hard for the next 2 days. She spent the time cutting and sewing and knitting. Imagine sewing and knitting at a time like this, he exclaimed. I thought you had a plan. Look carefully, said Una. What do you see? Fionn was amazed. Clothes, he said. I see clothes, but they are most peculiar. What could she be knitting for her giant husband? Never mind that, said Una. Just put them on. What a sight Fionn was! He wore a long dress, and on his feet he had a pair of giant bruggens, booties, and Una had knitted a beautiful bonnet for his head. While you were working, I asked Fergus to make a very large cradle. In you get, said Una. We have no time to lose. Angus was approaching. As he walked, the ground shook. Where is the mighty Fionn? I have travelled all the way from Scotland to fight him, the giant roared. Is he afraid to meet me? Una opened the door. Please come in. You are very welcome. Fionn is hunting and won't be very long. But please, sir, could you speak a little softer? Our new baby is sleeping. It's a big baby. That is your baby? Angus gasped in shock. Yes, he is rather small now, but he will grow, replied Una. Angus was frightened. He had never seen a baby this big. If this is Fionn's small baby, what size is Fionn? He wondered. Fionn himself must be enormous. Angus hurried out, and without turning he ran across the causeway. As he was running, a thought struck him. What if Fionn is following me? To prevent this happening, he began to remove stones from the path, and by the time he had arrived home in Scotland, all that was left was a few yards of path jutting out from the coast of Antrim into the sea. To this day, only that part of the causeway remains. The end. Now, when I went to visit Isolde, I got to see the Giant's Causeway, and it does indeed look like giants built it. Princess Isolde from Ireland would say, Happy St. Patrick's Day. And I do too. Have a nice day.
He smiled at me and he said to see, that's a gem of Ireland's crown. Young Rosie McCann from the banks of the Bann, she's the star of the county down. Oh, from Bantry Bay up to Derry Quay, and from Galway to Dublin town. No maid I've seen like the brown Colleen that I met in the county down.
These are the 8 American Kennel Club recognized Celtic canine breeds you will see at Irish Fest. The Irish Wolfhound, the Irish Setter, the Irish Red and White Setter, the Irish Water Spaniel, the Kerry Blue Terrier, the soft-coated Wheaten Terrier, the Irish Terrier, and the Glen of Imal Terrier. Here is a pony-sized gentle giant. He thrives as a good family dog, being patient, dignified, and loyal. Apartment life is not for him. He needs space and a tall fence. Proper leash training is essential, or he could easily control you. This mahogany red hunting dog is a good family dog as well. He is rambunctious, affectionate, and loyal and lovable. Not the best choice for a guard dog. Long walks are recommended and training is imperative before allowing off-lead activity. This is a rollicking, intense, fun-loving, medium-sized bird dog possessing high energy and determination. He's not an apartment dog and will do well as a good companion for hiking, biking, and other energy-burning activities. His coat is white with mahogany red patches of color. This is the tallest and oldest of the spaniels. He is good with respectful children and other pets. They have a clownish and alert, inquisitive demeanor and benefit from exercise in a working environment. They have an interesting curly coat, tight, double, liver in color, smooth on the face and tail. One of the larger terriers bred for hunting and retrieving small game, native to County Kerry, Ireland. His soft, dense coat is black at birth and matures to a slate blue-gray color by 18 months of age. He is strong-willed, alert, loyal, spirited, and gentle. A breed good for agility, obedience, and rally. This terrier is native to Ireland. He is bright, sensitive, and a spunky family dog. Being headstrong, he needs an assertive owner who is consistent. He is a bouncer, so a high fence is suggested. His coat, wheaten in color, requires constant maintenance, brushing and combing daily to prevent matting. When out and about, a leash is recommended. This medium-sized red, wiry-coated terrier was bred to tend the farm and control vermin. He is independent, alert, loyal, and clever, and a good family dog. Known as the daredevil, socialization and training are necessary, as is a fenced-in yard. He can live in a mansion or an apartment. The family is his primary interest after the birds and squirrels. This dog was bred to hunt fox and badger in the Wicklow, Ireland area and loves to dig. He is loyal, active, and spirited, usually wheaten in color or blue, tan, brindle, or red. In Irish lore, he was a turnspit dog who powered a wheel to turn the spit for the kitchen fire.
Hello, I'm Molly McFest, and today I'm going to read you the story Patrick, the patron saint of Ireland. Many years ago, during the time of the Christian Roman Empire, there lived a boy named Patrick. He lived with his noble family in Britain, near the Irish Sea. One night, fierce Irishmen from the island across the water came in their boats and raided the farms on the British mainland. They captured many people, Patrick among them. They took him back to Ireland and sold him as a slave to a man named Miliach. "Now that I own you," said Miliach, "I will take you to Mount Slemish, where you shall watch my sheep." For 6 years, in this strange and pagan land, Patrick, who was used to warm clothes, good food, and a nice house, was a shepherd, and he was very lonely. All he could do was pray to God over and over again, and he felt the love of God in his heart. Patrick's prayers did not go unanswered. During his sleep, a voice came to him. "It is a good thing that you fast and pray, for soon you will go to your own country. See, your ship is ready." The ship was more than 200 miles away, but that didn't stop Patrick. Believing in the strength of God, Patrick went on his way, fearing nothing. Now, the ship was filled with hunting hounds that were being taken to France to be sold to rich people. When the hounds saw Patrick, they stopped barking and began to wag their tails. Patrick offered to pay for his passage, but the captain worried that he might be an escaped slave and said, "I cannot take you with us. Get off my ship." So Patrick left. He began to pray that the captain would change his mind. The hounds started to howl. "Ow!" "Those hounds were fine when that fellow was here," said one of the men, "but now they're making so much noise, they'll raise the dead." "Run and get him," said the captain, "or else we will have no peace on our journey." Patrick's prayers were answered. He was allowed to board the ship, and it set sail. After 3 days, the ship landed. The countryside was deserted because there had been a war. For 28 days, the men and the hounds traveled through the desolate land, finally overcome with hunger. "Tell me, Christian," the captain said, "you say that your God is great and all-powerful. Why don't you pray for us, then? Can't you see how hungry we are?" "Nothing is impossible for my God," Patrick answered. "This day he will send food to us." Suddenly, a herd of pigs appeared on the road in front of them, oinking and squealing. Oink, oink! The men caught and killed them. For 2 days, everyone, including the dogs, had plenty to eat, and they did not go hungry again. Soon, Patrick left the little group and traveled alone for 2 years. When he finally arrived back home in Britain, his family rejoiced and begged him never to leave them again. Once more, Patrick had a dream. This time, a man named Victoricus appeared to him. Victoricus had come from Ireland with an armload of letters. He gave one of them to Patrick. It read, "The Voice of the Irish." Then Patrick heard voices calling from the woods, "Come and walk among us again." Patrick woke up. He wasn't sure what the dream meant. A few nights later, Patrick heard more voices calling to him, and then he knew what he must do. He must return to Ireland and take the people the good news of God. Although it was hard to part with his family, Patrick left home to study and become a missionary. Finally, he was ready to sail for Ireland and take the word of God to the Irish people. He sold his worldly goods, bought all he needed for his work, and hired a boat. A huge crowd went along to help him. Priests, bakers, chariot drivers, all kinds of people. Patrick was now a bishop, and the work that God had planned for him was about to begin. Shortly after the ship landed in Ireland, Patrick met a chieftain who was a good and kind man. This chieftain's name was Dichu, and he listened to Patrick talk of his love of God. He believed everything that Patrick told him and asked Patrick to baptize him into the new faith. Dichu gave Patrick the barn that became the first church in Ireland. Not everything that happened to Patrick was so easy. Patrick's chariot driver, Adrian, overheard that a king planned to kill Patrick. Adrian wanted to protect his master. "Bishop Patrick," he said, "would you be so kind as to drive the chariot today? I am very tired." So Patrick agreed. As they were driving, the king threw his spear and killed Adrian, thinking he was the bishop. Patrick escaped, but he was sad knowing that his friend Adrian had given up his life to protect him. Patrick faced many other dangers too. In fact, he came close to losing his life 12 times. But that didn't stop him. Through the years, he traveled many, many miles and baptized thousands of people. On March 17, 461 AD, Patrick died. Patrick's love of God had been so great that shortly after his death, churches were built all over the land, and Patrick was made a saint. Young men and women became monks and priests and nuns. They served the people of Ireland in the churches, monasteries, and schools. They traveled to other lands, preaching the love of God just as Patrick had done when he came to the Emerald Isle. And even to this day, the Irish love their patron saint, Patrick. The end. Happy St. Patrick's Day!
You'll be gone in the blink of an eye, a hostage upon the sea. Be on your guard, Billy, I'm gonna cry. They steal you away from me. My darling Billy, my darling Billy, my darling Billy, my darling Billy O'Shea. My darling Billy, my darling Billy, my darling Billy, my darling Billy O'Shea. My darling Billy, my darling Billy, my darling Billy, my darling Billy O'Shea. My darling Billy, my darling Billy, my darling Billy, my darling Billy O'Shea. Oh, you're gone, you're gone, 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 you're gone for America. You're gone, you're gone, 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 you're gone for America.
cabin eyes were watching through the night, and many a heart was beating by the blessed warning light. Murmurs rang along the valley, and the banshee's lonely croon, and 1,000 pipes were flushing by the rising of the moon. The rising of the moon, the rising of the moon. 1,000 pipes were flushing by the rising of the moon. The rising of the moon, the rising of the moon. 1,000 pipes were flushing by the rising of the moon.
There are many legends about St. Patrick. Here are a few of them. St. Patrick and the snakes. Some people say there are no snakes in Ireland because St. Patrick drove them out, just as he had driven out sin. Patrick got rid of the snakes by beating a drum hard and fast. The snakes couldn't stand the noise, so they slithered into the sea. St. Patrick and the Lost Horses. One dark night, Patrick's chariot driver lost his horses. It was so dark that he couldn't even look for them. Patrick raised his hand, and each of his 5 fingers lit up. In the light, the chariot driver was able to find his lost horses.
Hello everybody, it's Rapunzel and my best friend Pascal. We thought we'd join you today to celebrate a very special holiday, St. Patrick's Day. For St. Patrick's Day this year, Pascal and I are going to do a scavenger hunt with you. As you know, I've spent many years locked in my tower with nothing but Pascal to keep me company. So we've come up with a lot of fun things to do. And since you are all locked inside of your towers for a little while too, we thought we could come up with something fun to do at home. And of course, because it's St. Patrick's Day, we're going to do a rainbow-themed scavenger hunt with all things colored of the rainbow. And then, at the end, a pot of gold, or something gold. Should we get started? All right, I found my colors of the rainbow. As you all know, I love to paint. It's one of my favorite things to do. Is that cheating, though? That ended too fast, didn't it? All right. Now, Pascal and I have some special items that we're going to find with you. Now, we have a theme with these items. These are themes of our princess friends. So some of my princesses left behind items in the colors that we're looking for. But when you search at home, you can look for things around your home in these colors. Shall we start? Let's start with the first color of the rainbow. Does anybody remember what the first color of the rainbow is? Red. That's right. Well, I can think of a princess. She wanders through the woods, she sings beautiful songs in the forest, and she has 7 little friends that live in a cottage. Does anyone know which princess this is? That's right, Snow White. Snow White finds a red apple, doesn't she, in her story? So that is our first color of the scavenger hunt, red. Can you find something in your house that's red? You can pause the screen and go find something and then bring it back. Great job. Did you find something that's red? Let's move on to the next color. Now this next color is a little bit tricky because none of my princess friends wear this color, but I can think of a Scottish princess who has this color hair. Or I can think of a shade of this color that's used in many tiaras. That's right, it's the color orange. Now, for our princess scavenger hunt, we're going to use Aurora's gold crown to represent orange today. Because gold has shades of orange, doesn't it? Isn't this so pretty? She has a beautiful crown. Well, I have a crown too. In fact, that's how I met Eugene. Or, as some say, Flynn Rider. He climbed up in my tower to try to steal a crown. Turns out it was a wonderful journey. Can you find something orange in your house? You can pause the video and go find something orange. Great job finding something orange. Should we move on to the next color? Our next color is yellow. Is there anything yellow nearby? What do you think, Pascal? Oh, there's lots of things that are yellow in stories. I can think of the royal emblem. The sun is yellow in our royal emblem. And some flowers in my hair. I love yellow. But today, for our princess scavenger hunt, someone very special to us has a yellow ball gown, and she left behind a yellow glove. Can anybody think of which princess has a yellow ball gown? I'll give you another hint. She reads a lot of books. That's right, it's Belle. Our next color of the rainbow is green. Oh, I can think of a lot of my princess friends who have some fun green dresses. Oh, I know Anna has a beautiful green coronation dress. She's my cousin. She lives in Arundel. And Tinkerbell. She's a wonderful fairy and she has a dress made out of a green leaf. But I don't have anything in here that's green, I realized. Can you find anything that's green? Oh, Pascal, he's so silly. Pascal is green, that's right. Oh, can you find something in your house that's green? Or even better, I bet you can find something outside that grows that's green. There's lots of green things outside. Can you pause the video and come back when you find something green? Great job finding something green. All right, let's move on to the next color. The next color is blue. And now I can think of a classic princess who has a beautiful ball gown. She loses a glass slipper on the way to the ball. Does anybody know this princess? Cinderella, that's right. She has a blue ball gown. For our scavenger hunt today, we have Cinderella's blue headband. Look at how it sparkles. Oh, she's magnificent, isn't she? Can you find something in your house that's blue? You can pause the video and come back. Great job finding something blue. You're doing such a wonderful job at the scavenger hunt. I think all of you have a little bit of Irish in you. You're so great at searching. Now, the last color is my favorite color, I must say. It's purple. Do you see anything around me that might be purple? That's right, my dress, my curtains, and the royal emblem. That's my purple for the scavenger hunt. Do you think you can find something purple in your house? Okay, pause the video and come back when you find something purple. You did such a great job with your rainbow scavenger hunt items. Now, do you think you can put all of the items you found in a row in the color of the rainbow? Then you can see all the beautiful colors all around you. So on a dreary day, you can remember you are surrounded by light and color. Thank you so much for joining me today, everybody. I hope you all had a wonderful time, and I know I loved our adventure today. I hope that you have the happiest St. Patrick's Day, and I'll be thinking of you.
This is the Irish Wolfhound. The Irish Wolfhound is the tallest of all dogs. These hounds were used as war dogs to haul men off horseback and out of chariots. They were also used as guards of property and herds for hunting Irish elk, deer, boar, and wolves. They were much coveted and were frequently given as gifts to important personages and foreign nobles. Great size and commanding appearance, the Irish Wolfhound is remarkable in combining power and swiftness with keen sight. The minimum height and weight of dogs should be 32 inches and 120 pounds. For females, 30 inches and 105 pounds. The Irish Wolfhound is a large, sensitive dog who requires space to accommodate his great size and an owner who can give him companionship. Though alert, he is not suspicious. Though courageous, he is not aggressive. Gentle when stroked, fierce when provoked. Despite his size, the shaggy-coated sidehound has a peaceful, quiet personality. The Irish Wolfhound is affectionate and loves to be with people. He makes a good pet because he is quiet indoors after he has outgrown his puppy years. In just 6 months, these puppies can weigh over 80 pounds. They require a lot of food and exercise. The Irish Wolfhound is a member of the Hound Group and was first recognized by the AKC in 1897. What you're seeing here is a typical female. Ever is approximately 32 inches at the shoulder and weighs close to 115 pounds. This particular dog is a male. His name is Arrow. He's approximately 35 inches at the shoulder, weighs somewhere around 145 pounds, which is typical for males. Just a little over 2 years old. The question is, how big do they get? He'll probably get a few pounds heavier, but not much taller. Wolfhounds typically live 8 to 9 years. They don't have any inherent health problems like hip dysplasia. But they do, ultimately what happens with them is they do in fact, heart disease or bone cancer. That's the one downside to Irish Wolfhounds, is the fact that they do not live very long. But they're great while you have them.
There we go.
I'm Aiden, this is Aaron, and we are going to teach you the Irish jig. So the first thing we want to do is point our toe right in front of us. Our first part of our jig, we do a big jump in. Next we make our knee a table. Hop knee, and hop back, and take 3 steps, 2, 3, 4. We're then going to do that whole part again. So we're going to switch jump, bring our foot up to our knee, bring it back, hop back, and our 3 steps, 2, 3, 4. We're going to do that one more time, switch jump, hop knee, hop back, 2, 3, 4. And then our big finish, we're going to kick our leg out, kick out, bring it in back again, and 3 more steps, 2, 3, 4. Very good, let's try it all together. Ready? 1, 2, here we go. Jump in, hop knee, hop back, 2, 3, 4. Switch jump, hop knee, hop back, 2, 3, 4. Switch jump, hop knee, hop back, 2, 3, 4. Kick out, hop back, 2, 3, 4.
St. Patrick and the Altar Stone. St. Patrick was returning to Ireland from a visit to Rome. He had a large altar stone with him. The captain of the ship that was to take Patrick on the last leg of the journey refused to take the stone on board. "There is no room," he said, "and besides, that stone is too heavy." Patrick got angry at the captain. He picked up the stone and threw it behind the boat. The stone floated, and Patrick sat on it, riding the stone all the way home in the wake of the ship. St. Patrick and the Shamrock. When St. Patrick was preaching about the Holy Trinity, the people could not understand that there was one God in 3 divine persons, the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. Patrick looked down, and growing at his feet was a shamrock. He picked it and held it up, showing that there was one stem but 3 leaves. The people understood the Holy Trinity at once.
long time ago when the earth was green, there were more kinds of animals than you'd ever seen. They'd run around free while the world was being born. The loveliest of all was the unicorn. There were green alligators and long-necked geese, some humpty-back camels and some chimpanzees, some cats and rats and elephants, but sure as you're born, the loveliest of all was the unicorn. God seen some sinning and it gave him a pain. He said, stand back, I'm gonna make it rain. He said, hey brother Noah, I'll tell you what to do. Build me a floating zoo and take some of them green alligators and long-necked geese, some humpty-back camels and some chimpanzees, some cats and rats and elephants, but sure as you're born, don't you forget my unicorn. There to answer the call. He finished up making the ark just as the rain started to fall. He marched in the animals 2 by 2, and he called out as they went through, hey Lord, I got you green alligators and long-necked geese, some humpty-back camels and some chimpanzees, some cats and rats and elephants, but Lord, I'm so forlorn, I just can't see no unicorn. Up through the driving rain, them unicorns were hiding, playing silly games, kicking and splashing while the rain was a-pouring. Oh, them silly unicorns. There were green alligators and long-necked geese, some humpty-back camels and some chimpanzees. No cried, close the door, 'cause the rain's a-pouring, and we just can't wait for those unicorns. The ark started moving, it drifted with the tides. Them unicorns looked up from the rocks and they cried, and the water came down and sort of floated them away. And that's why you never seen a unicorn to this very day. You'll see green alligators and long-necked geese, some humpty-back camels and some chimpanzees, some cats and rats and elephants, but sure as you're born, you're never gonna see no unicorn.
Gracie, what do you like best about St. Patrick's Day? Yeah? Is that what you like best about being Irish? Is that you know how to Irish dance? You show mommy a Irish dance step? Can you back up? Back up so mama can see you. Okay, let me see the first step of the jig. And what's next?
Switch jump.
Okay.
Hop me.
Yep.
Hop back 2, 3, 4. Switch jump. Hop me. Hop back 2, 3, 4. Switch jump. Hop me. Hop back 2, 3, 4. Check it out. Hop back. Hop back 2, 3, 4.
That is so good.
So let's count first. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, ready, go. Jump, Bendy, hop back 2, 3, 4. Jump, Bendy, hop back 2, 3, 4. Jump, Bendy, hop back 2, 3, 4. Kick out, hop back 2, 3, 4. Very good. Let's point our toe one more time. And kick back. Ready, 1, 2, 3.
Ready, go.
How? Put your wired rover for many a year. They spent on me money on whiskey and beer. But now I'm returning that golden great store. They never will play your wide rover. No for it, no they never. No they never, no more. If I play your wide rover, no never, no more. I love shamrock cookies.
Do you remember going to Irish Fest last year?
Yeah.
What did you like the best about Irish Fest?
I was riding the jumping house and jumping in the jumping house.
Did you like listening to Irish music?
Yeah, that was at Daddy's work.
Yeah, we did that at Daddy's work. At Irish Fest, we listened to the Irish music and we ate food. Do you remember that?
Yeah, but I did the one at Daddy's work at the party.
Yeah. Do you remember at Irish Fest playing on the playground? Yeah, you like that? Did you like watching the Irish dancers?
Yeah,
Can you say I liked watching the Irish dancers?
I was the Irish dancers. One of my favorite things in the children area is the pile of gold. What is your favorite thing to do in the children's area? Make those potato scenes. I love Mommy McFest and Patty McFest.
What are you gonna sing?
Tell me, Ma.
Okay.
Tell me, Ma. Tell me.
Ma.
Can I do it?
Yep.
Oh, tell me, Ma, when I get home. I don't need to go as I own. Pull my hair, score my comb, but that's all right till I get home. She is handsome, she is pretty, she's a Belfast city. She is quite 1, 2, 3. Please want to tell me who is she? How Fred Mooney says she up, so all your boys are fighting for. You knock at the door and they ring out the bell saying, oh my true love, are you well? Out she comes as white as snow. Fingers on the fingers on bells on toes. Oh, many doors says so die if she doesn't get the flowers woven nigh at the wind and the rain, elbow high. So come tumbling from the sky. She is handsome, she is pretty. She's a belle Belfast and she is cotton 1, 2, 3. Please want to tell me who is she?
Can you say, I love Irish Fest?
I love Irish Fest.
All right, can you look at me and say, I love St. Patrick's Day?
I love St. Patrick's Day.
Welcome to CelticMKE and the at-home St. Patrick's Day celebration in partnership with Temple Bar Tradfest in Dublin, Ireland. I'm Matt Jendrzik, President of the Board of CelticMKE Home and Milwaukee Irish Fest, and I'd like to welcome you to our at-home celebration this year where we're all celebrating safely so that we can put on a great program like you're going to see today.
My name's Mike Mitchell. I'm the Executive Director for Milwaukee Irish Fest and CelticMKE. And we want to thank not only the Tradfest relationship, but also our grants that we receive from Culture Ireland, the National Endowment of the Arts, and the Wisconsin Arts Board.
Mike, we also received some great sponsorships from ArtFlow, R&R Insurance, Aer Lingus, and the 1916 Rebellion Walking Tour located in Dublin, Ireland.
So without these types of relationships, we could not put on this program. And we also need your support as well. So we are accepting donations in order to help fund what we're doing as we go forward for not only the festival, but entertainment like this as well. At the bottom of your page, you'll see the link to be able to make a donation, or in the comments section, or finally, go to CelticMKE.com and click on donate.
Hello everybody, my name is Niall Hanna and I'm delighted to be joining you for the St. Patrick's Day celebration for the Milwaukee Festival. I hope you all are enjoying yourselves and you're drinking a pint. I'm going to sing a few songs over the next 25 minutes or half an hour. So yeah, I'm going to start off actually with something simple. This is a new song actually that I've written quite recently, and it has a happy little story to it, so I think I'll start off with that. It's a song called The Dark-Eyed Girl, so I hope you enjoy it. Fine day in the summer, colours bloomed and lovers strolled along down where the river meets the bay. He was fondly waiting for his dark-eyed girl and praying that someday she would return to him again. Like the sun between the rain, I see her now and then, and the sky above comes fading into view. And to see her once again, I will wait here till the end for my dark-eyed girl. Well, he met her there one morning, and her smile was gently glowing. He said, it's only you I've loved since long ago. And all beauty was surrounding as they wandered neath the mountain, and he told her he'd never let her go. Like the sun between the rain, I see her now and then, and the sky above comes fading into view. And to see her once again, I'll wait here till the end for my dark-eyed girl. It was true, he made her happy, and she loved to hear him laughing, oh, as they would go out dancing in the night. Soon they met each other gladly on the hill where they were married. Now they live together safely on the shore. Like the sun between the rain, I see her now and then, and the sky above comes fading into view. And to see her once again, Thank you. So yeah, that's a song called The Dark-Eyed Girl. And yeah, this is great getting to play again. I'm sure there are a lot of musicians out there as well who would be probably flat out playing all their St. Patrick's Day gigs, but unfortunately this year we'll have to do it in a different form, and we'll have to make it work. And so this is great being able to play again. And I'm going to go on now with a well-known song that was supposed made very famous by a great singer called Dolores Keane. And it's a great immigration song from Ulster, which is where I'm from. I'm from County Tyrone. And this song, tells about somebody leaving Ireland and heading off to America, trying to make a better life for themselves. And it's a song called The Ramblin' Irishman, and it has a chorus in it, so if you pick it up at home, please sing along. Here we go. Right hand in the hand in the right hand in the right hand in the hand in the right hand in the right hand in the hand in the right hand in the right hand in the hand in the right hand in Thanks very much. That's a song called The Ramblin' Irishman, and Dolores Keane, as I said, does a fantastic version of it. I'm going to go on now with a song that's probably not as well known as that one, but it's a song that I heard from a great singer from Dublin called Frank Hart, and he sang this song on an album with Donal Lunny, I think, and it's a song called Henry Joy. And Henry Joy was an Irish revolutionary, really, an Irish in Belfast back in part of the rebellion in 1798, and so he was a very interesting character, Henry Joy. So this was a ballad that was written by him, or were written for him, really. So yeah, Henry Joy, I hope you like it. I'm Ulsterman, I am proud to be from the Antrim glens I come, and although I labour by the sea, I follow fife and drum. I have heard the tramp of marching men, I saw them fall and die. Ah, lads, I do remember well when I followed Henry Joy. I pulled my boat up from the shore, and I hid my sails away. I flung my nets upon the tree, and I scanned the moonlit brae. I kissed my wife and children dear, a fond and last goodbye. And there in the shade of the greenwood glade, I followed Henry Joy. It was for Ireland's cause we fought, for our home and sire we bled. Though our pikes were few, our hearts beat true, and 5-1 lay dead. And many's a lass she lost her lad, and mother mourned her boy. For youth was strong in the gallant throng that followed Henry Joy. In Belfast town they built a tree, and the redcoats mustered there. I watched him come as the sound of a drum rolled out through the barrack I turned and I cried, they have murdered Henry Joy. Thank you. Yeah, so that's a great song called Henry Joy, and Frank Hart sings a fantastic version of that song, great Dublin singer. And so I'm going to go on now with another song that I wrote myself, a couple of years ago now, and I released this as part of this was the title track of an album I released a couple of years ago, called The Autumn Winds, and this is the title track of that album, so I hope you like it. The Autumn Winds. Remembering her golden hair, the autumn winds were rolling in the air. We walked beside the silver stream, I held her gentle hand. Clearly in my memory, we had no cares, for we were young and free, but she was swept away. If I could once more take you down by the flowing river, if I could once more hold you, my love. I met her on a Sunday night. I stopped to gaze when she came into sight. She smiled to me and then I knew she had cast a loving spell. And even though the years have passed, my love for her has never ceased to last. And soon I know she'll come for me and take me in her arms. If I could once more take you down by the flowing river, if I could once more hold you, my love, all the beauty of the forest, it can't compare to you. If I could once more hold you, my love. Remembering her golden hair, the autumn winds were rolling in the air. We walked beside the silver stream, I held her gentle hand. Thanks very much. Well, I suppose in sticking with the theme of St. Patrick's Day, I'm gonna sing this. It's another great immigration song. My grandfather used to sing this song, and this is the version. His is the version that I've learned. Paul Brady did a really famous version of this song. It's a song called Paddy's Green Shamrock Shore, and it's a great song, still being sang quite a bit today, thank God. So so as I said, the version that I learned, the version of the lyrics are slightly different to Paul Brady's version, and it's a lovely song. Okay, we'll give it a go. So sticking with the St. Paddy's theme, I'll sing Paddy's Green Shamrock Shore. We left our homes in Derry town on the 24th of May. We were favoured by a pleasant gale going to America. Some drinking water we did, taking 1,000 gallons or more, just in case we'd run short, going to New York, far away from the Shamrock Shore. So fare thee well, sweet Liza dear, and likewise to Derry town, and twice farewell to my own wee girl that I left on that sainted ground. If fortune ever does favour me, or I do have money in store, I'll go home and I wed the wee girl that I left on Paddy's Green Shamrock Shore. We sailed 3 days, we were all seasick and no one on board was free. We were confined down to our beds, with no one to pity or me. No father dear, no mother to pine, or to lift up my head when sore. And it made me feel sad, the wee girl that I left on Paddy's Green Shamrock Shore. We landed safe on the other side in 23 days. We were taken as strangers by the hand and led in our different ways, and each of us took a parting glass, just in case we might never meet more. And with flowing bumpers we drank a health to Paddy's Green Shamrock Shore. So fare thee well, sweet Liza dear, and likewise to Derry town, and twice farewell to my own wee girl that I left on that sainted ground. If fortune ever does favour me, or I do have money in store, I'll go home and I'll wed the wee girl that I left on Paddy's Green Shamrock Shore. I'll go home and I'll wed the wee girl that I left on Paddy's Green Shamrock Shore. Thank you. Well, oh, gonna need that. Yeah, Paddy's Green Shamrock Shore, and I hope you're all enjoying your St. Patrick's Day, and it's great to be asked to do something like this and to get playing again, because it's been a while, and I would love to get out to Milwaukee at some stage. It'd be great when things get back to some sort of normality. It'd be great to get to the festival, and I'm going to finish off now, folks, with another quite a well-known song, and this it's another Ulster song. I sing a lot of songs that are from the north of Ireland, and I'm sure there are many people watching that are or have roots in Donegal or family from Donegal, and this is a well-known song in Donegal, and I'm gonna sing this just as my last song. And just before I do, I want to say thanks to everybody for asking me to do this, and I hope you have a really great day, and enjoy yourselves. Don't drink too much Guinness, just enough. There's a song called The Homes of Donegal. I've just dropped in to see you all, I'll only stay a while. I want to hear how you're getting on, I want to see you smile. I'm happy to be back again, to greet you big and small, for there's no place else on earth just like of Donegal. I long to see your smiling children standing by the door, the kettle boiling on the hearth as I walk up the floor, and then to see you welcome free travelers one and all, for your hearts are like mountains in the homes of Donegal. I'd like to stay along with you and while away the night with fairy lore and tales of yore beside the turf fire bright, and then to see laid out for me a shakedown by the wall, for there's rest for weary wanderers in the homes of Donegal. Now the time has come for me to go and bid you all adieu, for the open highway calls me back to do these things I do. Thank you so much for listening, everybody. Have a great day and enjoy the music, and happy St. Patrick's Day. Thanks.
Hello, my name is Mike Hanrahan. Most of you will never have heard of me before, but I'm no stranger to Milwaukee Fest. In fact, I was there 100 years ago. At the early days of the Milwaukee Fest, I was there with a band called Stockton's Wing, and we created a bit of a fuss at the festival, so much so that we ended up touring in America for a number of years afterwards on the success of our trip to Milwaukee. I have a special place in my heart for Milwaukee and for the people who run the festival. And when Patrick rang me and said, would I like to do this segment for the festival this year, I thought, oh, heck yes. I spent 10 years as a professional cook in the middle of my career. I went down to Ballymaloe Cookery School in Cork and was trained by the great Darina Allen. And I ended up working with her in the school as a teacher. And very memorable times there were too. I ran quite a few kitchens over the 10 years I spent in the industry, including one memorable time with my friend and comedian and fantastic actor Pat Short. You might have heard of him. We had a lot of fun cooking local produce and creating a bit of a food buzz in East Cork in a village called Castlemartyr. I still continue to perform, and Stockton's Wing are back with a live album out this year. But I've got some new songs also that I wrote during the lockdown period when we were here. And I'm going to sing one or two of those for you as well in the middle, just to keep you interested, I suppose. So some lamb, Stez.
Yeah.
This is Stez, my butcher, my local butcher. He's also a great drummer. So
Thanks very much, Mike.
So I think I'll get some of the chops and some of the diced lamb for the Irish stew for all my American friends.
Lovely.
Say hello to America there.
Hey, America.
We are blessed with so many great producers around us. I'm sure if you go within striking distance of your home, you're going to find producers, people who work really hard to give us the best of vegetables and meat and you name it, herbs as well. So I'd urge you strongly to go and buy the real stuff. Got all my ingredients ready here, all pretty much prepped, all chopped nicely. Got some of my herbs and my bay leaf. Got my stock. I've got my lamb, the jigga chop and the piece from the neck. The spud isn't peeled yet because it discolours, so does the parsnip. So the oil is kind of heating up. I'm going to get my onions in there. Get them. You can hear that sizzle. That's doing fine. I'm going to put in the leeks in there as well because leeks are nice. They're kind of sweet. Some people don't like leeks. I think it's kind of nice. They're kind of coming on nicely. You don't want to get them burned, you know. I don't like to burn them, but now's the time just to put in a bit of the lamb and get a bit of colour. And some people like to put flour in the lamb, but I don't. It's very important to always keep washing your hands in the kitchen. I just put in the celery in there, and I'm going to put the carrots in there. I love the carrots. I love the mix of celery, carrot, and onion. It's a real vegetarian one. I used to use. I was a vegetarian for a while, as I keep telling people. Then I got cured. Only joking. I still love cooking vegetarian food. This is where we're at the moment. Everything is kind of just, we're all kind of getting to know each other. They've been sitting around the kitchen for the last half an hour, looking at each other, and they're now getting to have a bit of crack together. And the joy of cooking. I'm going to put in the bay leaf in there. That takes a while to work. we're back, and very important to clean and go when you're in the kitchen. So I'm going to add in the parsnips, which I've peeled and chopped. And that's in there as well. And I know you can't smell it at home, but actually it's smelling really gorgeous. Then I get my stock. The stock this is a really good quality chicken stock. You can use vegetarian stock if you like. It's kind of good too. Veggie stock is really good. You can make your own stock. And you can make your own lamb stock as well. You just boil a whole heap of bones with some veg, and then you for a few hours, and then you strain it and let it cool down. And when the lamb stock has cooled down, all the kind of fatty bits on top that you don't really want, they stay on top and they solidify, and you just whip those away, and then you've got really beautiful fresh lamb stock from lamb bones. It's the same principle with chicken stock. Just get the chicken and boil it up with loads of nice veg. So look at that, we're working now. I'm going to throw all the herbs in. These are all fresh herbs. I love thyme. Thyme is a really amazing one for this particular stew. You can taste it later on. You can use a bit of sage if you want. With rosemary, it's really good. All those sturdy herbs are really good for this dish. So I'm going to let them boil away for half an hour, 40 minutes. I actually might just sing a song for you in the meantime. And then I'm going to go back, because the spuds are kind of last to go in. The spuds don't go in until after about 40 minutes, and they take about 20 minutes, because you don't want a really mushy spud. You like to have a bit of a bite in the spud when you're serving to the table. Okay, so I might sing a song.
Away and haul away, Macora. Heave away beyond this raging tide. When we hear the oarsmen singing, land ahoy, heave a sigh. When we reach the swells out there across the water, far beyond the foam we'll rise and fall. Let mercy be the wave that takes us home. So let's roll, 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 and chase the moon, chase the moon. Chase the moon, chase the moon. Let's chase the moon, let's chase the moon, chase the moon. So let's heave away and haul away, Macora. Heave away, and soon we'll touch the sky, and we'll raise the oars on high. We're coming home. So let's roll, 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 and chase the moon, chase the moon, chase the moon, chase the moon. Let's chase the moon, let's chase the moon, chase the moon. Deep into your eyes, the fear you no longer hide, deep inside. Take you now, and nature's fickle breath upon your brow. Yes, you wear it like a crown. Whoa, let's chase the moon, let's
Charlie's my dog. In fact, Charlie owns this house, and this is his seat normally, so look, you're not happy, are you? You're going to say lots of people over in Milwaukee? No, not interested. You just want your seat back. So you're welcome back. Stew's had 40 minutes and it's looking really good. It's nearly there. Everybody's in there, it's all mixing with each other, enjoying each other's company. And of course you liked my wooden spoon. My mum had 5 or 6 wooden spoons. She was a great cook, but she had a great way about the wooden spoon. I think she had different gauges. There were the days. The potato absorbs a lot of the salt, so you need to check the salt. It's a good idea to taste it now, and you get an idea. That's kind of nicely seasoned for me. But I know as the spud comes in, it absorbs all the salt, so you need to probably put a little bit more salt into it. But it's tasting gorgeous. Some people put pearl barley into the Irish stew. I don't like it. Nothing against it, but I just don't like the sensation of it. Anyway, I get the spuds in. Actually looking like a real stew now. I'm going to flick in a little bit of salt, just so you need to kind of bring it back up to a boil a little bit, and then let it settle for 20 minutes on simmer. Charlie there. While the stew is cooking away there, I'm going to tell you about my book. Here's my book. It's called My Canine Beautiful Affair, A Journey in Music, Food and Friendship. And just the idea came when I gave up the food industry and went back to music. I really wanted to write a book about my journey and to try and make sense of what I did in my life, moving from food to music. And I have an equal passion for both. So I wrote this book and I went to publishers in Dublin, HarperCollins, and they went for it straight away, which was really lucky. And then when I had it finished, I went to Charlotte O'Reilly as an Irish artist who works in Europe, in Paris and Amsterdam. And I got her to do the illustrations. Just got an alarm call there from my kitchen alarm. Yeah, see the spuds are just they're done. They're going to break and they're going to give. So I'm just going to have a quick taste for seasoning. That tastes fine to me. I wish you well with your first stew, and I hope it's really good and you make a lot of people happy with your food. I'm going to do one more song before I leave you, all right? So that's it, folks. Hope you enjoyed it. I've really enjoyed this, and my thanks to Patrick and all at the Milwaukee Fest. Being part of CelticMKE this year is really, really special. The gigs are few and far between, but having this one in my calendar has really given me such a boost. I look forward to getting back over there playing live sometime. I'm going to sing this song for all those involved in creating this amazing festival. A lot of young Irish artists really benefit from the exposure they get at the festival. And the guys come over every year and choose young artists, and I know a lot of them in the last few years, and I know how much they appreciate it. But I know more than anybody how much it meant to us as a young band heading out to America and playing at Milwaukee Festival, the amazing audiences and the reaction. So we are eternally grateful to Milwaukee Fest, and I am thrilled to be here performing for you. This song is for all you guys. Stay well and stay safe. And if you want to get in touch with me, I'm up on Facebook all the time, sometimes too much of the time. But I'm there, and I'm on Twitter, and all those links are there for you. Meanwhile, here's a song for all of you. When you feel like you're laying low, the mountains seem no closer than before, and you wonder why. You know in your mind it there's nowhere to hide, and the only way is living to survive. Makes you feel alive. See all the doors swing open, your life's unfolding before your very eyes. Such a strange affair. Walking around, coming to the sounds, forget you down, feel the air. Beautiful affair. Comes a time when you look around, you see the ocean rise before your eyes, showing no surprise. You make your way down to that shore, you climb aboard, you give yourself a smile, makes you feel alive. See all the doors swing open, your life's unfolding before your very eyes. Such a strange affair. Walking around, coming to the sounds, forget you down, feel the air. Beautiful affair. La 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 la. Take care.
I hope you enjoyed that segment. We have a great auction that's going on right now. If you go to CelticMKE.com and click on auction, you can participate in the auction yourself.
This year's auction item is 2 tickets on Aer Lingus to Ireland, as well as tickets for the 1916 Rebellion walking tour in Dublin.
Hey guys, hope you're having a good new year, or at least a better new year than we have over the last couple of months. And look, really delighted to get an opportunity to talk to you about a project we've been working on over the last year. Obviously the last year has been a really tough time for music festivals and live events, and for artists and for audiences. Very few of us got to enjoy the pleasure of live music, of live sport, of live anything over this with this pandemic. So I suppose with that in mind, we were heavily restricted in the last year. So when we were locked down back in April and May, we decided to try and do things a little differently. We knew we couldn't go to Milwaukee, where we go every summer and have done for the last number of years to promote our Irish showcase. But we still wanted to be able to bring, I suppose, the beauty of not only the country this time, but also our music to all you folks in the US and particularly in Milwaukee. So rather than do nothing, we decided that we would make a TV show which could be distributed across the US. And this show, which we've now called Ireland in Music, was filmed over the period of August, September, October, again when we were in a lockdown, and it's really amazing. It was broadcast over the Christmas TV schedule on RTE1. Of course, RTE1 is our national broadcaster, the equivalent of PBS, and it was hugely successful. So the filming itself, the show Ireland in Music, it's an hour-long show, and it features some of the most breathtaking parts of Ireland. So from many of you guys in Milwaukee will be familiar with, from Mallinhead in Donegal, down the wild Atlantic Way to the Burren in Clare, up to the cliffs of Moher, and back across our beautiful Midlands with Athlone Castle, and of course Trim Castle, a fantastic background for any musical piece. And then we moved up to Dublin, to Temple Bar, of course, which of course you're all very familiar with, and Stephen's Green. And we ended up around the North County in places as beautiful as Newbridge House in Fingal. Of course, Newbridge House is famous because it's the only portrait of Shakespeare ever found. Was found in Newbridge House about 3 years ago. So that's in North County Dublin. So the next time you're in Ireland, we'd recommend you visit there. Down to the cliffs of Portrane and the beaches of Portrane. So we have really some amazing locations, incredible music. Wallace Bird, Clonard, The Stunning, Mark Redmond, Jealous of the Birds, and many, many more. So look, it's a really great show, and you guys get the privilege of being the first people in America to see it. So we're delighted that the show, which we made with you guys in mind, will now feature part of your many great cultural events. So look, we hope you really enjoy it, and here's wishing you all the best for 2021, and we look forward to seeing you all real soon. Stay safe. Thank you.
Hello to everybody at the Milwaukee Irish Festival. My name is Sive and I am a singer-songwriter from County Kildare in Ireland. As you guessed, probably I don't live here. Like a lot of people, I've been live streaming from my house a lot this year, and when I was invited to play at this, I thought it might be a nice opportunity for a change to showcase a local venue. So I'm coming at you from St. David's Church, which is the Protestant church and / a gorgeous music venue in the town where I live. It's been home to loads and loads of fantastic Irish performers, so I'm really lucky to have the run of it for this set. So yeah, I'm just going to kick off with a song called If I Had a Home to Go To. I had no time to play today. If I had a home to go to, I'd have been in bed by night. I'd run towards the kitchen, having sung all day for coins. I'd cook a hefty meal for two, and we'd clear away your toys. sometimes I just forget. My girl will cut me loose and make a woman of me, and she'll take the ribbon from my hair and tie it around my feet. If I had a home to go to, I would leave her out to weave. Just in case you're wondering, because people always wonder, this is a kalimba or a mbira, which is an African instrument. There's lots of variations of them from different parts of Africa. I found this one in a second-hand shop, so I don't know where it came from originally. So, just grab my guitar now. I'm going to play a song now. This one is taken from an album which I'm working on at the moment. And it's called Bera. And Bera in Scottish mythology, she's the Queen of Winter, so maybe a bit similar to the Kyloch here in Ireland, but this song is kind of maybe about... I wrote it in the middle of summer, funnily enough. I was pining for winter in the middle of summer, so I suppose the song is maybe about Bera and winter being misunderstood and how we need a little bit of dark and a little bit of life in life. A little bit of dark and a little bit of light in life. So this is Bera. Try to hold my hand, but he won't get close. Here we are at the turn of July, in floods of vacant light, and I don't know why I'm defined by the shifting moods of the wild. They say you are the dying embers, the coal that brought us too far. I keep you in my sheath and draw you when I need to see if I can see both sides. Trickle by without a sound. They hang upon the air and bear their weight down. Didn't I pine when you carried the swallows away for another year? But they came back and I barely noticed their song falling. I don't know why I'm defined by the shifting moods of the wild. Bera, you are alone in summer. You crave the glow of lower light. You're not what they say you are, the dying embers, the cold that brought us too far.
my sheet and draw you when I need to see if I can see both sides, to sharpen my view of both sides. I won't go looking for the dark, but I'll move willingly when it comes back.
So, I am going to move from Bera now to another mythological character and another wintry song. This song is called Yuki-onna, and Yuki-onna is actually a Japanese snow queen. And she's like, there's all sorts of stories about her kind of showing up at farmhouses in the middle of the night and melting in the bath or evaporating in a puff of snow and ice when you go to shake her hand. I wrote it at a time when it was snowing a lot here and we got stuck in our houses for a few days because we don't do snow good in Ireland. But yeah, she was just this, she's quite an elusive and quite a dark character, and I guess she kind of represented something for me at the time. So I wrote a song inspired by her. This is Yuki-onna.
She slipped under the door. I didn't know whether to fight or flight. Yuki-onna, she followed me to bed and made my blood run cold. And I don't know where she ends and I began, because in sleep I was not a girl. A feather in a monochrome world, and I was falling, floating, twirling like the snow. I am falling, floating. It's all slow motion. I'm falling, floating. There's no up, no way down. Took her for a walk, I tried to hold her hand, but then she was dust before my eyes. Yuki-onna, you'll never pin her down, but you'll be hers to keep. And with every shallow breath you give her life, watching the storm that rages on outside could make you forget that there was any other kind in your head. Falling, floating, twirling like the snow. I am falling, floating. It's all slow motion. I'm falling, floating. I am falling,
Just gotta get my ukulele and take a sip of water. So I'm going to play a song now. That last song, Yukiona, was on my last EP, and this next song I'll play was the lead single from that EP. I released that in 2019 with Vita Music, who are like a small independent label / collective here in Ireland. So this was the lead single from that EP. It's just a song about feeling a bit overwhelmed by how noisy the world can be, and just paying a bit of respect to the ability to just be quiet. So this is called Quietly. Hail to the man that lingers on. He knows that the dawn with patience comes. Stares into the noise, still lingers on, and listens for the silence. To play that one next. I confused myself there, but that was Quietly. I'm going to play one more on the ukulele now. This is a song which was from that same EP, and this one is called Tenlock. Tenlock being another word for Challock in Irish, which means hearth, a place of warmth, a place of gathering. And I guess it is just about changing with the seasons, I suppose, and finding yourself caught in a place where you are maybe stuck between being impatient for change and maybe being scared of change and just wanting to settle and go with the flow, I suppose. So this is Tenlach.
Chasing leaves, winter hangs in autumn air. Oh, it's such a tease, blowing here and there. Well, I'd like to catch them and lay them all out on the hearth, but still they decay. So what am I chasing here? But if I could float alone, I wouldn't care if I was going anywhere at all. Tenlock, tenlock, to make fun of. Oh, tenlock, tenlock, door them the harp, the creed, the love. Oh, just stay, 'cause when you go my bones ache. Come sit by the fire, it's only me fighting time. With every wrinkle they embrace it, my body the leaf. Mine more like a young sapling. But if I could float alone, I wouldn't care if I was going anywhere at all. Tenlock, tenlock, go make fun of. Oh, tenlock, tenlock, tore them the harp, the creed, the love. Oh, tenlock, tenlock, to make fun of. Oh, tenlock, tenlock, tore them the harp, the creed, the love.
So, I am on my last song now. And before I play this, I just want to say thanks again so much to everybody involved in the Milwaukee Irish Festival for having me, and to the folk at Temple Bar Trad Fest for inviting me to get involved in these showcases. And thanks also to St. David's Church and venue here in Naas. Please put us on the map if you're ever touring Ireland. Thanks to Philip Heek at the church here for letting me in. It's quite a privilege to get to spend the evening on my own in a medieval church. And thanks to Tony Cirque, the music promoter here, for getting me the keys. So I'm going to finish now on a song that is going to be on my upcoming album. It's called I Don't Know. And I guess it's just about not knowing stuff and knowing that you don't know stuff and trying not to judge people. So this is I Don't Know.
She doesn't want to wear a black dress, and how can anyone tell her she should? the shadow in you. But do you think my beast never awakes, that she can be tamed? No, I'm just like you. We are wild, wild, wild. We are wild, and I don't know what's going on. I'm not entitled to an opinion. You don't know why I do what I do, so let me be. Let me be. Do you fear your heart beating to talk to you? And do you fear your blood running wild, trying to make you move? And do you fear your heart beating to talk to you? Do you fear your blood running wild, trying to make you move? 'Cause I don't know what's going on. I don't know what's going on. I don't know what's going on. So that is me. Thank you so much for watching. If you enjoyed my music, you can find more of it at sivemusic.com. But thank you so much for watching, and I hope you enjoyed.
Dave, hello everyone. My name is Kevin Byrne and I'm the Consul General here at the Irish Consulate to the Midwest based in Chicago. I hope you're all enjoying this St. Patrick's Day celebration at home. It's a great time to spend time with family and friends and think about our shared heritage. And I really want to thank you for joining this session on the War of Independence. We're living through a decade that's rich in commemorations on some of the most important events in modern Irish history: the Easter Rising in 1916, the First Dáil or Irish Parliament, the War of Independence, the Civil War, the foundation of the Free State, and the creation of Northern Ireland, and many others. The events of a century ago have shaped our land and our politics. And while these are national events, they're also personal events for many families, with many people not too many generations removed from the acts and events of the period. My own grandfather, for instance, fought in the War of Independence and the Civil War, and no doubt you and your families have stories from those times. As we celebrate our National Day, it's only fitting that we take the opportunity to reflect on our shared history. and I want to thank CelticMKE as always for providing such a wonderful opportunity. We've an engaging and expert panel of speakers who will bring this seminal period of Irish history to life. Our main speaker is Ambassador Dan Mulhall, Ireland's ambassador to the United States. Ambassador Mulhall took up duty as Ireland's 18th ambassador to the US in August 2017. He's a proud Waterford man who did his undergraduate and postgraduate studies at UCC, where he specialised in modern Irish history. In his over 40-year career, he has served in New Delhi, Vienna, Brussels, Edinburgh, as Ireland's ambassador to Malaysia and to Germany. And prior to his posting here in the States, he served as our ambassador to London during a very interesting time in British politics. He was also part of the Irish government's delegation at the time of the Good Friday Agreement in 1998, probably the key achievement of Irish foreign policy over the last 30 or 40 years. Ambassador Mulhall maintains a keen interest in Irish history and literature. He's the author of A New Day Dawning, A Portrait of Ireland in 1900, and co-editor of The Shaping of Modern Ireland, a centenary assessment. Many of you will know him from his social media presence, where he blogs and tweets regularly about Irish poetry and other key events happening in Ireland. After the ambassador speaks, he'll take questions from two panelists, both of them well known to you. The first panelist will be Colleen Ward. Colleen is, of course, president of the Milwaukee Irish Fest Foundation and is a past president of the Milwaukee Irish Fest. She's been involved in the Milwaukee Irish Fest since its early days, as her brother Ed Ward was its founder. Irish Fest is truly a passion and really a way of life for her and her family. Colleen is responsible for diplomatic relations and guest relations, serving as the CelticMKE ambassador to governments and other entities in Ireland and Northern Ireland, and has built numerous relationships over many years. And I got to see the warmth of that welcome just a couple of months ago after I arrived here in Chicago, so my thanks to Colleen. The Milwaukee Irish Fest Foundation in its 25 years has provided grants of more than $650,000 to non-profit organisations in the US and in Ireland and Northern Ireland, a really phenomenal contribution. The priorities of the foundation are Irish culture and education and support of community endeavours. Professor Tim McMahon is the Associate Professor of History at Marquette University in Milwaukee and the past president of the American Conference of Irish Studies. Tim is a social historian with interests in nationalism and national identity, popular culture, particularly popular religion, and empire. He is the author of numerous books, including Grand Opportunity, The Gaelic Revival and Irish Society, and editor of Pádraig Ó Faithí's War of Independence, Recollections of a Galway Gaelic Leaguer, and Ireland in an Imperial World, Citizenship, Opportunism and Subversion. Tim was the Reverend William Neenan Visiting Fellow at Boston College, Ireland in 2011, and received the Franklin Research Grant from the American Philosophical Society in 2017. He was also a visiting research professor at the Institute of Irish Studies at Queen's University in Belfast in 2018, and he also received in 2018 the Wakefinger Fellowship in the Humanities and Social Sciences from Marquette, a 3-year award to facilitate work on his current book project about the impact of Irish partition on identities across the island. Now, before I hand over to the ambassador and to the panelists, let me wish you and yours the very best for a healthy and happy St. Patrick's Day. Ambassador, please, over to you.
Okay, well, look, in any historical talk or lecture, you have to answer 3 questions, and they're very simple questions, really. They are what, how, and why. And if you can answer those questions, you've kind of, and then there's the when question. That's usually easier because that's kind of a set of dates, which lends itself to a very straightforward answer. The other 3 questions tend to be a bit more complicated, usually. Almost invariably, history is more complicated than it seems when you start off looking at it. And so I'm going to try and answer those questions, because if you answer those questions, you've generally speaking got to the bottom of most historical situations. So we start with the, with the what question. Well, for me at least, the what is that Ireland was transformed between 1912 and 1922. In 1912, it was part of the United Kingdom, the British Empire, and it was headed for some form of home rule, which I think in American terms could be equated to Ireland being a state of its own, like Illinois or whatever, or Wisconsin or Michigan within the United Kingdom or the British Empire, right? So a form of self-government was what most Irish people were looking for in 1914. By 1922, they had effectively an independent country, albeit some limitations on its independence were still in place, but they were quickly shed. So it really was a landmark decade. In fact, that decade was probably the most consequential decade in modern Irish history, and that is in Irish history between 1798 and the present day. So the key event, I mean, if you ask yourself, well, when, the when question, when did it all start? Well, I suppose you could say the War of Independence started in 1916 with the Easter Rising, because that was when the spark was lit that eventually turned itself into an independence struggle, which produced the Irish Free State in 1922, following the War of Independence and so forth. So the Easter Rising, just briefly, for those, I'm sure most Irish Americans, most people on this podcast probably know about the Easter Rising, but it was a rebellion that took place in Dublin in Easter week 1916. And remarkably, in contrast with the various uprisings that had occurred in the 19th century, the uprising of Robert Emmet in 1804, 1803, the Young Ireland uprising of the 1840s, and the Fenian uprising of the 1860s, actually the Easter Rising was a relatively successful affair, because whereas the other events I've mentioned in the 19th century had fizzled out pretty quickly, although they left a legacy. Of course, the legacy is more important maybe than the events, but the Easter Rising was a substantial event whereby the Republic was declared in 1916, and it lasted for the best part of a week before the overwhelming might of the British forces crushed the rebellion, and 15 of the leaders of the Rising were executed. So 1916, you have what looks like a failed rising, although a respectable effort at challenging British rule in Ireland, more so than anything else that had happened before. So that could have been that. The Irish Party, which had dominated Irish politics since the 1870s, could well have come back and used the Easter Rising maybe to up its demand for maybe a fuller form of home rule, a more powerful form of home rule might have been a consequence of the Easter Rising, had the Irish Party managed to reassert its political ascendancy in Ireland. But that didn't happen. Now, W.B. Yeats wrote in 1916, just after the Rising, he said, all changed utterly. Now, in 1916, there was no guarantee that everything had changed utterly, because, as I said, it could quite easily have resulted in the wise old birds in the Irish Party, most of whom have been around for decades. They could have reasserted themselves and pressed on with home rule. And that would have, of course, changed Ireland's subsequent history quite dramatically. So the question then is, how did these people who fought in the 1916 Rising, how did they manage to turn the tables, not just on the Irish Party, which had dominated Irish politics for 40 years or more, and on the British government, which, after all, didn't want to concede any form of independence to Ireland, didn't want to concede anything more than home rule to Ireland. So how did that happen? It wasn't inevitable by any means, but it happened for a number of reasons. First of all, those who took part in the Easter Rising were part of a new generation of Irish people. And the best study of this is probably Roy Foster's Vivid Faces, which is a study of the revolutionary generation. And it makes the point that there was a kind of a new ethos, a new mindset at large in Ireland in that first 20 years of the 20th century. And what you have to look at is, look at the ages of the people on the two sides of the nationalist argument. On the one hand, you had Redmond, and then after Redmond died, John Dillon. Now, John Dillon was born in 1851. So by 1918, he was in his 60s. Eamon de Valera, who came to be the leader of Sinn Féin, was a man born in 1882. So he was more than a generation younger than John Dillon. So there was a different kind of mindset at work among that younger generation. They were also the first generation of Irish nationalists who had been educated to the highest level possible. In other words, De Valera, MacDonagh, Pearse had all studied to university level at what was the Catholic University or now UCD. Previous generations of Irish nationalists, only a small number of them had been able to get university education, either by going abroad, if they could afford it, or by going to Trinity College and ignoring the fact that Trinity wasn't particularly, suitable for Irish nationalists for most of the time. So a younger generation, they were determined. When they were released from internment either in late 1916 or in 1917, they came out determined to build upon the legacy of the heroes, the martyrs of 1916. And they set about creating a new national movement, which would not only challenge the ascendancy of the Irish Parliamentary Party, led by Dillon and Redmond, but also would mount a strong challenge to British rule in Ireland. Now, in 1917, Sinn Féin won 4 by-election victories. But in 1918, the Irish Party won 3 by-elections. So if you were looking at the situation in 1918, you might say, well, it could go either way. These young bucks in Sinn Féin could assert themselves, could manage to win the day. But the old hands in the Irish Party haven't given up the ghost yet. They're still part of the party, still part of the political scene here in Ireland. The death knell of the Irish Party and the triumph of Sinn Féin was created not in Dublin, but in London, with a ham-fisted attempt to impose conscription on Ireland. Now, before 1918, when the British government decided in a panic, because the things were going badly on the Western Front, that they needed to impose conscription on Ireland, Ireland had been exempt from conscription. Other parts of Britain people had been conscripted, but Irish people had to volunteer for service, and many did. After all, 200,000 Irish-born people served on the battlefields of the Great War between 1914 and 1918, but there was no conscription. And when the British government decided to impose conscription on Ireland, they never did it, of course, but they announced it. And that, of course, led to a complete wipeout for the Irish Party, because suddenly they were the ones that, in protest against this move, decided to withdraw from the British Parliament, thereby embracing the policy of abstentionism that Sinn Féin had been promoting for the previous number of years, and indeed back to when Sinn Féin was founded in 1905. So sadly for the Irish Party, their friends in the government in London didn't do them any favors, and they got scant reward for their, full-blooded support for enlistment by Irish people during the First World War. And that, of course, changed everything in Ireland. And in the election of December 1918, which, by the way, was fought with an electorate that was way, way bigger than anything that had ever been before, because in 1918, women over 30 who qualified with a property qualification were able to vote, and also all men over the age of 21. So the electorate went, I think it sort of more than doubled in size. So it was a much better reflection of the population of Ireland than any previous election had been. And lo and behold, Sinn Féin won 47% of the vote. Not an overall majority, it has to be said, but nonetheless, 47% of the vote. And they won 73 of the 100 seats in the that were available to Irish constituency in the Westminster Parliament. But of course, the Sinn Féin people who won those seats never took their seats. They decided to establish their own parliament in Dublin. And remarkably, really, because remember, the election results were only declared in the last week of December 1918. And within a month, a new parliament had been convened in Dublin, made up of those who were members of Sinn Féin who had been elected under the Sinn Féin banner, firstly, and those who were available to go to the parliament because many of them were in jail or were on the run. So only, I think, 27 of the 73 managed to turn up. But it was a remarkable show of self-confidence and brio. And the other thing was, you might have expected these novice politicians to have decided, well, we better try and test the waters and see if we can negotiate something with the British. No, they went bald-headed, and they, on the first day of the first Dáil, on the 21st of January 1919, they went ahead and they declared independence. So none of this shilly-shallying, none of this kind of, let's see if we can find a compromise. Go for it. That was the attitude, and that reflected their youth and inexperience, that they simply didn't have the reflex that politicians would have had if they'd been more experienced, of say, let's try and do a deal with the British and see what we can bring about by way of a compromise. So they issued a Declaration of Independence. They issued a democratic program, a very ambitious program of socioeconomic promises, and they also issued a message to the free nations of the world, and that was essentially Irish America. They were appealing to Irish America to recognize the new reality of Irish independence, declared by the first Dáil. Now, it so happens that on the day when the Dáil met and declared independence, the first shots were fired in the War of Independence. That was a coincidence, because it wasn't as if the Sinn Féin leadership sent instructions out to their volunteers in County Tipperary and said, you must attack a police convoy and you must grab the gelignite that they were transporting from one place to another. No, it was local volunteers on the ground who decided themselves to do a bit of violent activity by ambushing a police patrol and killing 2 policemen. And that started what we call the War of Independence, sometimes called the Anglo-Irish War. Now, of course, it wasn't a war, because it didn't have any of the the pitched battles that you might associate with a war, and nor did it have the sort of sieges that occurred in Dublin in 1916, where the volunteers took over public buildings and basically barricaded themselves in there and waited to be taken out by superior British forces. No, this was a war. This was a guerrilla war. Before that name was invented, it was a guerrilla war, and it was conducted by flying columns, and it was on the basis of ambushes, attacks on remote police stations, and assassinations, and then retaliation on the part of the British forces in Ireland, the army, the Black and Tans, and the auxiliaries. And the most notorious of those events there were 3 major ones. The first was the burning of Balbriggan, the burning of Cork. The city of Cork was torched in retaliation for an ambush at Kilmichael, not far away from Cork. And then, of course, most notorious of all was Bloody Sunday, where the assassination of a number of British military intelligence people in Dublin resulted that afternoon in the shooting of spectators and players at Croke Park on what became known as Bloody Sunday in Ireland. So not everyone in Ireland, of course, agreed with this resort to bloodshed on the part of the Irish Volunteers, who became known as the IRA eventually, originally the Irish Volunteers, but then eventually became known as the IRA, the Irish Republican Army. So not everyone agreed with them, but it was a complicated situation, and the politicians were maybe a little less enamored by what was happening on the ground, but some of the volunteers, were determined to pursue this battle against the British, believing that was the only way in which we would ever get independence. So the question is, given that there were 50,000 British troops and soldiers, policemen, and auxiliaries in Ireland, and the volunteers had about 1,500 active people, how on God's earth did they manage to win the War of Independence and achieve a version of Irish independence in 1921? Well, 3 factors. First of all, they were determined, and they were ruthless, and they didn't make the mistakes they'd made in 1916. They didn't make themselves into targets for the British. They relied on being able to move about the countryside, to hide away from British retaliation, and to conduct ambushes through what they call flying columns of people who were on the run, but were well able to take on the British where they found vulnerabilities on the British side. Secondly, I think it's true to say that the mentality in Britain had changed from the 19th century, where any rebellion of that kind in the 19th century would have been crushed with absolute ferocity. I remember reading once a quote by Wellington. Now, this was not about Ireland. This was about the tumult that occurred around the time of the Great Reform Act in the 1830s, when Britain was on a revolutionary kind of track, it appeared. And Wellington said to Queen Victoria in one of his maybe it wasn't, it was said to the king, actually. Well, it wasn't Victoria, it was before Victoria took over. He said, well, the British people will behave themselves, and if they don't, we know what to do with them. So in other words, he was saying that even a rebellion in Britain, an uprising in Britain, would have been crushed with ferocity. So a rebellion in Ireland in the 19th century would have been wiped out with overwhelming force. But by the 20th century, opinion had changed in Britain, and the British government just didn't have the will or the ability to use the kind of nuclear option of really going and crushing Ireland with vastly superior military force that they had available to them, but they weren't inclined to use it. And the third reason was they were afraid of international opinion ganging up against them, and in particular, they were afraid of the influence of Irish America, because there were two organizations with supportive. The Friends of Irish Freedom, and another one whose name I can't remember at the moment, but it was set up by De Valera. The other one was set up by Judge Daniel Colahan, Colin from New York. And between them, they had like over 1 million members. So this was a serious lobby that deployed its influence quite effectively. And that, I think, made the British realize that if they proceeded with any kind of draconian measures in Ireland, that this would have damaged Britain's standing in the United States, which had now become the most powerful and important country in the world, and Britain needed to curry favor in Washington, and doing that meant not going too heavy on the Irish, because the consequence of that would be severe. So finally, a ceasefire was called in July of 1921. Negotiations took place. In December of 1921, you had the Anglo-Irish Treaty, which paved the way for the establishment of the Irish Free State. Now, those negotiations are extremely controversial, and the centenary of that particular time in Irish history, which will happen at the end of this year, will be quite tricky to manage, because there are still very deep differences between historians, and to some degree as well, among the general public, about whether what was achieved in 1921 was the most that could have been achieved, which was the view of Michael Collins and Arthur Griffith, or whether it fell short and Ireland should have held out for a fuller version of Irish independence that the people on the anti-treaty side believed, De Valera and others like that believed could have been achieved had they stood firm and had they come back to Dublin and then gone back again a second time, and they might have got a better deal. And that debate has bedeviled Irish history and Irish politics over the last 100 years, really. And now, of course, the irony is that this centenary will be reached with the two parties that are descended from those who took different sides in 1921 are now in government together. So that really ought to make it a little more straightforward to manage this centenary. But the centenary of the Civil War, again, 1922-23, where you had people who were formerly comrades in arms turning on each other, and you had, violent exchanges on both sides, and assassinations and executions and so forth. So there's a lot of stuff that has to be gone through. I mean, my own view of all of this is that there's no point at 100 years removed from these situations to start trying to make assessments of what would and wouldn't have been right or wrong at that time. These people made their choices. And the fact is that the choice that was made at that time has led to 100 years of Irish independence. It's led to today a country that's prosperous and outward looking and has been democratic for 100 years. It's no mean feat in the world of the 20th century, which Ireland had to maneuver its way through. And I mean, obviously, I would never claim that everything in the garden in Ireland over the last 100 years has been rosy. We've discovered recently with the Mother and Baby report that a lot of things, a lot of darkness in Ireland in those decades. But all I can say is that the legacy of that period, that couple of years of in Irish history between 1990 and 1921, is the state that I represent and proud to represent, have done so for the last 40 plus years, and Kevin represents in the Midwest. And, it's a state that is now number 2 on the UN Human Development Index. So it's not a perfect measure of our achievements, but it's nonetheless, it's a comparative measure, which puts us up at the very top of the tree in terms of, the countries of the world and how they have performed in terms of their ability to provide for good human development. So that's my story of the War of Independence and its legacy. But I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have or the audience may have this evening. Thank you. Got a minute, Margaret Claire.
Ambassador, thanks so much for that whip through the War of Independence. Lots to ask questions on and to think about. Tim, I was going to go to you first for a question, if you've a question for the ambassador.
Sure. Thank you very much. First of all, that was a great overview. You've done in 15 minutes what takes me 15 weeks.
I can do 15 weeks as well, by the way, if you want to employ me.
I wonder if you were getting at this to an extent there. I wonder if you could speak a bit to the international contexts, really the situation with World War I and then the immediate post-war world really changed the conditions as well. Cabinet restructuring, for example, in London in the middle of World War I certainly closed down the option of an all-Ireland home rule. And throughout the British Empire in the immediate post-war world, there were a number of hot spots which also constrained the way that they could respond in Ireland. So maybe speak to that a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, I'm very conscious of that because I've served in India, and of course, when I was in India in the 80s, the legacy of the Irish influence on the Indian independence struggle was very much alive, and because there were people I met at that time who could well remember the Raj and remember the final stages of the struggle for independence. So yes, first of all, had there been no First World War, I think it's most likely that some form of home rule would have been delivered in 1914, and that it would have, whether it would have been delivered on an all-Ireland basis or not, I think is an open question. But there was certainly a fighting chance that the British government might have somehow prevailed upon Unionists to accept some form of an all-Ireland home rule. But the First World War really kind of killed that off, I think, because, of course, it did two things. It actually, it kind of set the seal on Ulster Unionist conviction about their identity, and the blood spilled on the Somme and so on. Obviously, had an effect of only galvanizing and further strengthening their determination to be part of a British future. And on the Irish side, of course, it produced the Easter Rising, which was a game changer in Ireland, or turned out to be a game changer in the end. So in that sense, the international context was absolutely crucial. And it's hard to, I mean, for example, it's hard to imagine that the Irish volunteers controlled by Redmond and Dillon would have ever decided to conduct a rising of the kind that was conducted in 1916. It was only the split in the Irish volunteers that allowed the IRB and the more radical elements who were not prepared to fight in the First World War to assert themselves and to engineer that rising. And you're quite right as well. I mean, going into those negotiations in December 1921, what were the two sides looking for? On the Irish side, they were looking for independence and a republic. And they got a version of that. The British side, their primary concern was to avoid damaging the empire. Because in their minds, if Ireland, an integral part of the UK for 120 years, were to totally leave, as opposed to becoming a dominion like Australia and Canada, that would be a death knell, because other countries, other parts of the empire would want to follow suit. And, I mean, if you look at the Treaty of Versailles, for example, I mean, the biggest sort of driver of that on the British side was to protect the empire. Protecting the empire was I mean, the reason the Middle East was, the reason the map of the Middle East was redrawn in 1920 was to facilitate the preservation of the European empires. So I think international context, and then forget about, even if you leave that aside, the Irish American contribution, the fact that out Irish America, the British would have felt they had carte blanche to kind of, put manners on the Irish. But with Irish America in the background agitating for Irish independence, that option, I think, was kind of closed off. And there's a new book on that, by the way, by Francis Carroll, just come out from NYU, which I'm looking forward to reading, because I'm really fascinated to delve into that and see exactly what that influence was. But if you look at the size of the Friends of Irish Freedom and the other organization that was set up by De Valera, I mean, significant numbers of people and a lot of money was raised, and it must. I mean, I'm sure British diplomats in New York and Washington and elsewhere were reporting back, these people are serious, and we better not take them lightly.
Ambassador Tim, thanks. Colleen, over to you for a question.
I'll unmute. Thank you. I'm the non-academic on this panel, but
so am I. I'm an ordinary citizen as well.
But you sound like one, Ambassador.
Thank you.
However, I am an avid reader of Irish history, so I'm going to talk about the women's contribution. I would say that contribution of Irish women, both leading up to and during the war, is often unrecognized. So could you address the role that Cumann and Bon played during this time?
Yeah, look, I mean, I apologize for not including that in my 15-minute summary, okay. but I'm happy to cover it now. I mean, look, Ireland is an example of a country which, in the first 20 years of the 20th century, was really, to use a modern word, progressive, in the sense that women did play a big role. I mean, go back to the visit of Queen Victoria to Ireland in 1900. That's when Maud Gonne established what she called Ineen na hÉireann, and they kind of set up alternative activities for Irish children, so they wouldn't be drawn to the pageantry of the royal visit. And she organized a kind of an anti-royal gathering of Irish children in Phoenix Park. So even from that time, there were a lot of Irish women who were involved in what you would call political activities, and that wasn't common in other parts of the world. In 1916 itself, I mean, you had obviously Constance Markievicz, but you had many other, Margaret Skinner and people like that, who, I mean, I'm not saying they were by any means a huge number of women, but there was certainly a significant number of women involved. Now, most of them were involved. Some of them were even involved in combat roles, which again was quite extraordinary for that period of history. But mostly it was auxiliaries, doing nursing and so on. I mean, so Irish women played a significant part, and then obviously Sinn Féin put up 2 women for seats in the 1918 election, and one of them, Constance Markievicz, won a seat. The other one was put up in Dublin in a unionist area, which was always going to be a hard struggle for Sinn Féin to win. So she didn't win. But nonetheless, you had the first woman elected to the British Parliament, an Irish woman, Constance Markievicz. She became the first cabinet minister. She was briefly a member of the sort of provisional government. And then after the split, Republican women became a real force. And you think about some of the leading sort of opponents of the treaty were Irish women. Muriel McSweeney, Thomas McSweeney's widow, his daughter. You had Margaret Pearce representing her sons and so on. You had Kathleen Clark, the widow of Tom Clark, and you had a whole swathe of women. In fact, Cumann and Mon mostly went against the treaty, whereas in most other parts of the nationalist spectrum, there was a small majority, and sometimes a big majority, for the treaty. So women did sort of carry the flame of sort of Republican sort of devotion. I mean, Maud Gonne, Constance Markievicz, all these people never bent in their dedication to the Republic. Now, whether they were right or wrong is neither here nor there. But the terrible irony is that in the 20s and 30s, Ireland became a very conservative place, and women kind of had to retreat from the public space. And I know that, I mean, if you think about Dorothy McCardle, for example, who was a member of the McCardle family who owned the brewery in Dundalk, so very prosperous, went to Alexandra College in Dublin, taught there, lost her job, in fact, because she was a dedicated Republican. She wrote in 1937 to De Valera, complaining bitterly about the provisions of the Constitution that appeared to put women back into the home and deny them their place in the public sphere. So a lot of the women who were radical in the 1920s found themselves very disappointed by the evolution of Ireland in the decades after independence. But that's another story, and it's a complicated story, and I'm not quite sure I understand the dynamics of it. But from being a radical space in the 1910s and early 20s, Ireland then became this notoriously conservative place for decades afterwards. And that's a puzzle that I think we'll have to wait for another day to try and unravel.
Thank you.
Thanks, Colleen. Thank you, Ambassador. Yeah, it's really interesting if you look at, we look at 100 years ago, but it's also an opportunity to look at the 100 years, I suppose, the road that Ireland has travelled since then. I know this is just a short session, so I have just one final question for the Ambassador. Where can folks learn more about this period of Irish history?
Well, there's a lot of material available. For example, there's a centenaries project which has been going on for the last 10 years, and they post some very good accessible material on their website. I think it's called centenaries.ie or something like that. But anyway, you'll find it, or certainly the consulate or the embassy will be able to point you in the direction of that resource. Also, I have discovered over the last 3 years in traveling around the United States that there's a great passion for Irish history in this country, and that a lot of people, said to me that they want to know more about Irish history, and particularly that period in the run up to independence. So I decided there a few months ago to initiate a series of panel discussions called A Farther Shore, because I think that Ireland navigated its way to a farther shore, the farther shore of independence, which would have been inconceivable in 1912, ended up being a reality in 1922. So I used that phrase from Seamus Heaney's poem, The Curate Troy, as an inspiration for this series to try to explain what that journey was that brought Ireland to the farther shore of independence in 1922. So it'll be a series of 7 or 8 panel discussions. We've had 2 already, and they're available on the embassy's Facebook page to watch. The first one was a review of the period between 1916 and 1919. That was hosted with Boston College. The second one was hosted recently with DePaul University in Chicago, and that focused on the War of Independence. And we'll have subsequent ones which will be organized in conjunction with places like Notre Dame, NYU, and so forth. So these we'll have scholars who know the period very well, but the accent of these events is to communicate with the general public. They're not for students, they're not for postgraduate students, they're not for academics, they're for a general Irish American public that wants to know a bit more about what happened in Ireland in those crucial years between 1919 and 1922. And a point I always make on these occasions, I make it again tonight, is that the First World War shook up the whole world, and a whole clatter of new countries emerged from the wreckage of the First World War. But in most cases, in almost all other cases, the countries like the Baltic states, like Czechoslovakia as it was, Hungary, the Kingdom of Serbs, Croats, and Slovenes, and so on, they emerged from the wreckage, Poland as well, from the wreckage of the empires of the 19th century that collapsed. The Russian Empire, the German Empire, the Turkish Empire, all collapsed either before or during or after the First World War. And Ireland was one of the countries that managed to prize itself free from one of the successful, victorious states of the Great War. After all, the British had just won probably the most consequential war, the bloodiest and the most destructive war in human history, alongside the Americans and the French. And yet, within a few years, they had to give up part of their home base when Ireland achieved its independence as the Irish Free State. We should never underestimate the significance of that achievement, and we should never forget the period of history that brought that achievement about. And that's why I've initiated this series of events under the title of A Farther Shore. And details are available on the embassy website, or they're available from the consulate in Chicago, or any of our consulates will give you the details. And I will put all the login details for these events, which are all free, by the way. I will put them out on my Twitter account at Danmal Hall on a number of occasions, running up to these events. But we've had 2 already, and there's another 4 or 5 to come. And I'm sure that those who have an interest in Irish history and this period will really benefit from tuning in to one or more of the coming events under the framework of A Farther Shore.
Ambassador, thanks so much. You can go to the embassy website, www.dfa.ie/USA, and it's just on the front page there. And our thanks to the American Conference of Irish Studies and all the universities involved for that. It should be a great series. You can watch it either live or it'll be recorded back, so you can dip in and brush up on the various aspects of Irish history as you see fit. I have to bring this to a close today. It was only a short chance to really touch on this topic. Hopefully you can join us for A Farther Shore for future events. Ambassador, thank you so much for your time. Tim, as always, thanks for your insights. And Colleen, thank you again so much for the welcome and for making this possible. Thank you all so much.
Thank you.
These have been some great shows that we've been able to provide, and we couldn't do this without the support of people like yourself. Please consider donating, helping us to be able to bring to you events like this, as well as Milwaukee Irish Fest itself. And so if you go to the link at the bottom of your screen or in the comments section, or if you go to CelticMKE.com, that will provide you the opportunity to make a donation, and we thank you in advance.
Hello folks, how are you all getting on? Seamus and Creevy Laharta here. We're Clonley Laharta, the Flaherty family, and we're coming to you from the rugged west coast of Ireland in Connemara, County Galway. We're absolutely delighted to be part of this year's St. Patrick's Day online celebration. I suppose it's going to be a very different St. Patrick's Day for us all. We're used to being in the pubs playing tunes and drinking pints of Guinness, but yeah, we're just delighted to be part of this event all the same. We're going through a very strange time. We're not going to address it too much, but we all know it. And it's been a very strange year for us all, not being able to go around playing our gigs and doing our tours and getting to meet all you lovely folks at all the different festivals. But look, we're just so happy to be able to play some tunes and sing some songs in celebrations of this year's St. Patrick's Day.
Yeah, so as Seamus said just there, it's been a strange old year for us all. The year's gone by so fast with us being stuck inside with the pandemic. And this first song we're going to do for you is actually very relevant to the current times. It explores the passage of time, and it also talks about how people have left Ireland and they're not able to come home, and that's very relevant to us today. We know a lot of people haven't been able to come home to Ireland to their families for Christmas, and it's a very lonely time for us all. So we thought this is a very fitting song to put into that. So this song is called May Morning Dew.
flowers they are springing in the mid-morning dew. God be with the old folk who are now dead and gone, and likewise my brothers, young Dennis and John, as they trip through the heather, blinded to pursue. With their joy they will mingle in the mid-morning Thanks very much. A few tunes there to follow the song. Started off with one of my favourite excerpts from the Riverdance score, The Reader on the Sun. And the second was a tune that, I don't know if you have a name for that. I'm absolutely good with names, we don't have a name for it. But that was a nice, lively reel to finish that up. Look, we're going to continue on with a bit of song this time, and as I was mentioning earlier on, we're from Connemara, and the Irish-speaking region, one of the many Irish-speaking regions of Ireland. And our first language, our mother tongue, was Irish, and I suppose we were singers before we were musicians, and we were trained in the seamless style of singing as kids. Now, for those of you who haven't heard seamless, the name seamless directly translates into old style, and then explaining that it's the oldest form of music that's still alive in Ireland today. So they tend to explore some very dark themes often, but we decided, seeing as there's so much bigness in the world at the moment, we'll open up with a nice lively satirical one. This is one called Cailleach Madigit, and it's one that we would have learned as kids, I suppose. It's a very satirical song, as I said myself there, telling the story of a woman, an old woman,
who's going to marry a young man. Now, Cailleach Margaret, when translated, means the old woman or the hag with all the money. And the story goes that this young man was quite cunning, and he was marrying this woman for her money. And they're the talk of the town for about 2 or 3 months, and that's all people talk about. And in the end, she catches on to his cunning ways, and she gives him the boot. She tells him, "Get out of here now, you're only after my money." And hence she's dubbed Cailleach Margaret, the witch with all the money. And she gets rid of anyone who tries to steal her fortune. So we put this together, myself and Priva, and our other brother Ronan, who's up doing his masters at the moment. He's being the scholar of the family. But we're going to give it a go. One of the Irish language called Cailleach Margaret. You tuned up there? Hit the selection. I'm going to be guitaring for this one and this one only. 1, 2, 3, 4.
As we all know, O'Carolan was an amazing blind harpist, and he's responsible, I'd say, for a large portion of today's harpist repertoire.
Yes, indeed.
And we all, Seamus looked up to him a lot as he was growing up.
Of course.
So we always like to include O'Carolan tune in our sets, and we're going to follow that one up with 2 jigs. The first one called O'Connell's Welcome to Dublin, and the second is The Crab and the Skillet.
Just to reiterate future is. I'm not sure if I mentioned at the start, before we say anything at all, I just want to say an absolute huge welcome to you all at Milwaukee Irish Fest and Tradfest Temple Bar for having us on. It's a real dream come true being part of this festival this year. And hopefully we might get to see you all in the not too distant future in real life, out of the quarantines and lockdowns. So look, no carriage in the start. getting for the rest of the night, you'll get any more, so don't be looking for them.
Because I'm not used to this.
Anyway, we thought it'd be very fitting if we added another song in our native language. It's something that we're so comfortable doing, speaking Irish, and we just want to share that with you, our language and our culture, as part of this St. Patrick's Day celebration. Now, as I discussed earlier on, a lot of these songs do explore some very dark and dreary and serious and somber topics, and this one, the next one we're going to sing, in fact, really does explore the darkest of topics, and that is death. And this is a gorgeous song called Amach Cún, that's probably better known as Annadown, a town on the east coast of Galway. Over in East Galway, an awful tragedy happened a good few years back, where a lot of the town folk drowned in a boating accident. Where I'm not sure exactly what was happening. I think it was transporting livestock from the mainland to an island, and from the island back that the terrible tragedy happened, and unfortunately a lot of men, women and children passed away due to this tragedy. Now, we're very connected to the song in a sense because our family are seafaring families, and it's just an absolutely gorgeous tribute to these people, one of our favourite melodies to share, and we just thought it'd be fitting to share that with you today. Amach Cún is one of our favourite songs. We hope you enjoy listening to it as much as we enjoy singing it. A gorgeous tribute called Amach Cún. I'll just tune up very quickly before I continue there. Ready?
Yeah.
Thanks very much. An absolutely gorgeous tribute to those who were lost in the tragedy of Amachun. We're going to continue this time with our final set, actually. It's hard to believe that we come to the final set. I'm in a bit of a daze there, but anyway, before we finish up, I just want to wrap it all up again by just thanking you all so much for tuning in, for listening to our music. We really, really hope you enjoyed our set. We want to thank everybody at Milwaukee Irish Fest and Temple and Bar Trad Fest for having us on. It's just been a very special one for myself and Caoimhe to prepare for. So thank you all so much for giving us this opportunity. Yeah, I suppose we're going to continue with a few more tunes. You might tell them a bit about it.
Yeah, so we're going to finish up the set now with two tunes. Flatwater Fran. We could. So we're going to finish up with Flatwater Fran into another reel then that I got off. I don't know the name of, as usual, but I picked it up at a workshop from an amazing Clare fiddle player, Total Custody. So again, to reiterate what James said, thanks a million to everyone at Milwaukee Irish Fest and Temple Bar Trad Fest for having us. We're absolutely delighted to be a part of the festival. And thank you to everyone who tuned in, and we hope you enjoyed it as much as we enjoyed playing and praying for it. So stay safe, and hopefully we'll see you all very soon.
And wash the hands.
That's
very
it.
important. Keep the hand washed. Flatwater Fran, is it?
Flatwater Fran.
Yeah. You two was like to tune up this now. I should have been doing it when you were talking.
You should have.
Messing I was. Right. Ready? Thanks very much. Take care.
Okay, mic's all set. Turn it on.
Very good signal.
How's that frequency coming in?
Let's see, peak at 4,119 hertz, two minor peaks at 4,002 and 4,223 hertz, repeated over a period of 1.12 seconds. Definitely a pattern.
Good.
That's what are you looking at?
I don't know.
I'm sensing you don't feel like working today.
Do you ever think that maybe we've got it all wrong?
What do you mean?
There is no code. There is no meaning. That the birds aren't trying to say anything. That they're just birds and they're singing because they're birds.
I think you must be mad.
Think about it for a moment. Don't you ever ask yourself, why would they sing an incredibly complicated, absolutely incomprehensible code if they were trying to speak to us? Why to us? Who are we to them?
I don't know what the hell you're going on about today.
Well, you've thought about it.
What?
You've asked yourself if the code really exists.
Well, of course I have.
And? Do you believe it does?
Yes, of course I do. This is my work. This is what I do. I listen to the birds and I look for patterns. And they're there. Always. Patterns don't exist for no reason. We may not know how these millions of patterns combine with each other. We may not know what the code in them is, what the message is. But we are the only ones on the planet with the skills to understand it. This is for us. It must be. Everybody knows that the birds sing about the end of the world.
I don't know if that's true.
Listen, remember before, the constant noise before all of this.
The endless traffic, the shrieking construction site.
I will never forget. First morning I went out on the street and it was all gone. I could hear them all singing so clearly and loudly. Hundreds of them. I could never get it out of my head. The idea that there was an intention behind it.
Do you want to know what I think?
Of course I do.
I think they're not singing for us. Maybe it's not our place to know what they're singing about. Maybe they're singing about the beginning of the world, and maybe we don't belong in the new world, and that's why we can't figure out its language.
That's awful.
Maybe. I don't know. Maybe it's a good thing. For everything else except us.
Why are you working on the code if you really believe there is none?
I think I really just wanted to believe that they were talking to us.
Stop it, Jesus! You're messing up the data!
We are young and living in our dream house together with our rich husbands who we are in love with.
Except for my husband, who died tragically.
You cried for days. We are happy with our careers.
We are successes.
Happy with things.
Dishwasher.
Pink.
Pool.
Pink.
Private jet.
Pink. Until lunch.
3 meals for forever is a harsh sentence.
First time I ordered Domino's on my own pizza.
Breadsticks. Cinnamon twists.
I wept because it felt like self-sufficiency.
Independence. Because we had talked so much about freedom, and this was my way of understanding what that meant.
But also because it felt like a form of leaving.
And after lunch?
The days are coming as fast as they always did.
Lip smackers, tropical fever, cell phone charm, temporary pink hair streak, iPod case.
We want and want. The internet is our dream house.
Beauty butt mask. Poetry collection. Jade face roller. Online yoga subscription.
Vitamin pack.
Eco-friendly toothbrush.
I want and want. I'm struggling to keep up with all the things I'm getting better and better.
Or maybe fuller and fuller. My suitcase is expanding, and I'm already thinking of the day when I will pack my things again and be unhappy elsewhere.
I send the same sad text to the same 2 people who still make me feel better than vintage earrings from eBay ever did.
I rediscover a Facebook photo from 2013. Life is long, isn't it? I reveal to my public the album that helped me discover hip-hop. Of course, no one cares like I do.
I hold tight to the things I have created to be truths.
I love Kanye.
I don't eat meat. I dare to call myself artist at a young age and never recover. No one ever looks at me and says, you've changed. So I say to myself in fits of imagined fatness or glow,
I love and love and love shitty team romances and girl pop on repeat.
2 weeks of yoga that don't save my soul. 2 years of dyed hair to say I cannot continue to be the person I've always been. A crate of cleaning products. And do we have to keep doing this? Will I always be consuming? But Kesha is back without her $sign.
The Dixie Chicks are back, but without Dixie, emerging from their pre-Spotify glory days, singing about psychological manipulation. And I am asking and asking, has anyone checked up on Trippy? On Frank? On Kendrick? To let him know we are praying for him. To let him know his songs are how we pray now. We are joyful and singing together. We have no right.
The rappers are driving themselves to extinction.
Soon we will be of an age where all our idols are dead.
But I have my 70-pack of Jaffa cakes coming in the mail.
My case of wine.
My beetroot serum. The impermanence of myself. And the dreadful permanence of every day. But we are young. And your names are still on my phone screen.
Full-bodied behind voice messages.
We are living. Green dots by your name.
A reassurance.
You are still tethered to the earth. Nothing is lost.
Going somewhere?
Living room.
I was just seeing if you needed some help cleaning up.
No. Nope.
Sure?
I wasn't doing much.
Yeah. You really shouldn't be drinking out of other people's glasses right now.
Don't preach.
I'm not preaching.
Good.
Just don't want anything to happen to you.
Speaking of, that's more like a meter, I'd say.
Is it 1 meter or 2?
Someone should intervene in the living room if it's 2.
The measures don't come into place until tomorrow, though, technically.
Technically.
I know tonight probably wasn't the best idea. Just might not get to do it again for a while.
Probably not.
Shame.
Shouldn't.
Okay.
We can't.
You're right.
Just because we're alone right now,
Yeah.
that's why the
Yeah.
pull is there.
Probably.
I was making a point of not being alone with you tonight.
I noticed.
You did?
You made it quite obvious.
That's not fair. Well, what was I supposed to do? It's not easy.
I know.
You don't think I want to?
Do you?
You know I do.
You've never said it.
Well, neither did you.
But you always knew I felt it.
Well, I thought the same.
So why didn't anything happen?
It would have. Now it's just... It's complicated, isn't it?
It is.
Messy.
I agree.
We can't be reckless.
No.
Think of the children.
Well, actually, statistically, children are far less likely to contract it.
Think of your grandmother.
Already dead.
We're not doing this.
Okay.
Good.
Good.
Glad we agreed.
Don't we always?
So? How are you coping?
Not bad. You?
Could be worse.
Glad to hear it.
We can't kiss.
I know.
We've been meeting this way since centuries. You, the messenger, I, the sentry. And there's no ending of us. No, eventually. And I love you when you're like this. When you're a tender brush against my grassy wildflower cheek. And the light's low over Achill. And all arguments are put to rest. And you're softly spoken. And you bring me news of the dolphins and the basking sharks. And the news from the islands. We're a slow dance on nights like this. When you're tender-tongued and I accept the kiss. But some nights, there's crashing eruptions. You get all wild-tempered, hurled insults and foam-mouthed spitting. And you lash out, throwing everything at me in one great fury. All riled up beyond taming or talking. Such a change comes over you. A great change comes. And all your affections gone. Gone too your soft way. And there's nothing for it but to wait till you change again. And I love you when you're like this. All overcome and beyond reason. Brutally honest and unleashed. All madness released. And no mention of why the change. No call to justify the change. There's only the change itself. Full and felt with each wild wave. Until you change again. And no more thoughts given. Stoic I, the land, and you, the sea, forgiven.
You, who watches the changes in me. We've been meeting this way since centuries. You stood there at the beginning and the end of me. Unconditionally. You, the resolute listener, and I, the sweet talker that has you doe-eyed, listening to the lapping sound of me. Bringing the news from the islands and the singing of the shoals, softly telling you the depth of me and the many tears wept in me. And to hear in turn the news of the cattle and the wild flowers, the roots of the tree talk and the fairies and the field hours, when I cool your face with a glistening fan so softly. I'm listening, and I love to be this way with you. And each time this way, I swear I'll remain. But then the change comes over me again, and my blue eyes roll wild, and I roll wild again. against you, and everything shattered and cast against you. And I've killed men this way. I've broken ships, and I've broken bits of you. In my surges of anger, I've risen up and flung everything at you. Blind howling, pure aggression, all changed. Great change. Brutal and baying, unprovoked, stoked by some signal I can't control. And all my affections gone to the soft way, gone the sentiment, gone the sweetness of the day. All changed, and the deep belly of me rumbles, and bare teethed I fight ya, and spite ya, and I forget everything we've agreed upon before, turned against you and railing, and I exhaust myself into a slumber and rest. Gentle, soft crest, and changed again, beyond heroic. Forgiven, I, the sea, and you, the land, stoic.
Witness I to their history, the stoic land, the changing sea, the leanings in with grace, or greed, or innocence, or mastery, or mystery. The shadow breaks, and I remain alone, awake in watching this intricacy, the living land, the living sea.
God's sake. Sick of it. Do they really need to be ramming it down our throats 24/7?
Here comes the hearse now.
Turn that radio off.
Right.
Wind down the window.
Why?
Because I farted. What do you think, you big idiot? It's a mark of respect.
Is it?
Shh. Here it is. Look it. The driver has a mask on him. That's shocking.
Is that there's something from getting it or from passing it on?
Why don't you wind down the window and ask him?
I would just shut up.
Probably to keep the smell of your uncle's feet out of his nostrils.
That's awful, Dad.
I'm serious. I'm not joking. He was notorious for it.
Notorious for smelly feet?
You're following after him.
How would you give over?
Since you came back home, Jesus, the smell in the place sets me asthma off. There's your poor mother in the car behind the hearse. Wave at her.
I'm not waving. It's a funeral, not a papal visit.
And your Auntie Anne. She'd be lost without her partner in crime.
How long was it that they were together?
I think Anne was 16 when she met your Uncle Derek. Not one person walking behind the hearse. Awful. It's no way to go.
I know.
He'd be disgusted. A showman your Uncle Derek was. People would hang on for a sing-song with him. Honestly. And the suits he wore. He was an immaculate dresser.
So I've heard.
This is just not right.
It's starting to slow down now. Some sort of traffic jam, I think.
This road, a glorified lane, the council. It should be one-way traffic and that's it.
Right, Dad. I haven't got the head for you banging on.
Where did you put me bag?
In the back. You're not cracking into them already, are you?
With this bottleneck traffic, we'll be here for a while yet. You big idiot, you forgot me glass.
Oh, did I? Sorry.
Sorry, is it? You can't drink Guinness out of a can.
You can. It's the same thing. It's all a myth, that pouring.
Sometimes I wonder about you. You're not dealing from the full deck at all.
Would you look at poor Anne?
God help her.
Yeah.
And your mother too.
Yeah.
Don't worry. Not many sisters as close as them two. Your mother will get Anne through this. We all will.
The driver's getting out of the hearse now.
Will you get out and see what's happening?
You're not going to believe this. There's a collision up ahead. Nothing's moving either way. Turn on the radio and we might get a traffic
You'll do
update.
no such thing. That's a mark of disrespect to the dead.
I don't know what's worse. Being stuck in this car with you or poor Uncle Derek dying.
This isn't right.
So you keep saying. But there's nothing we can do about it. This is a new reality for everyone, Dad.
Not for me, son. Not for your Uncle Derek.
Completely lost it.
Push me up.
Are you for real?
Please. Right, folks. Come on. Wind down your windows. Come on, Anne. You too, love. Wind down your window while you're waiting. That's it. This is one of our Derek's numbers. When no one else can understand me. Come on, son.
Oh,
you give me hope and consolation.
Oh,
you give me strength to carry on.
I love you too.
And you're always there to lend a hand in everything I do.
That's the wonder of you. I don't think we're supposed to be like touching.
For God's sake, don't you start.
No, you're right, son. Thanks for that. You big idiot.
Didn't do Derek any justice, but it's a start at least.
Matt, do I have smelly feet?
Be honest with him, love.
We're moving again. I have to go. I'll see you after the grave.
I guess I'll never know the reason why you love me like you do. That's the wonder of you.
Hello, everybody. Thank you so much for tuning in, and thank you to Milwaukee Irish Festival for sponsoring this live gig. My name is Brie Jean, and I'm here in Markery Castle in Sligo, and I'm joined by Kevin Donlan on the fiddle and guitar later. That was a tune I wrote called The Salmon's Tale. And next up, we're going to play a song called Ocean of Stars that I wrote as well.
wanted to see you one more time. Ocean of stars, where are you tonight? 'Cause I wanted to see you one more
All right, thanks everyone. That was Ocean of Stars. We're now going to play another piece I wrote called Wisteria. All of these are released as singles, by the way. The Salmon's Tale, Ocean of Stars, and Wisteria. And they're all on my forthcoming EP, which will be out on the 24th of this month, February. Thank you. I'm assuming you're enjoying it if you're still watching. I am going to play another one now called Floating. This is another song I wrote. I wrote them all, actually, so I don't know why I keep saying that. This is Floating, and I hope you enjoy. Another rigorous key change. egg down before it causes damage. Now, so we're moving on to the last track. This one is called Northwest, and I suppose I should explain a little bit about it. It's a piece I wrote that's inspired by the beginning and ending of life in nature. So when you're listening to this, just close your eyes and try and imagine a tree growing from a little seed up to one of these big boys out here. And thanks again, Milwaukee Irish Fest, for having us, and Temple Bar Trad Fest for organising this, of course. I hope you enjoy.
Hi everyone, I hope everyone's getting on okay and the 2021 has been good for you and yours so far. I wanted to have a chat with you today about a really important occasion in the history of Irish service during the American Civil War, and that was St. Patrick's Day. As we all know, St. Patrick's Day is a really important event for Irish people worldwide, not only in Ireland, but for the diaspora as well. And it was the same during the Civil War, particularly for those ethnic regiments, those green flag units that were largely Irish in makeup. They used St. Patrick's Day not just as a day to celebrate, but almost as an opportunity for a public relations blitz to talk about how good Ireland was and why everyone should like the Irish, if you like. And one of the most famous events during the history of the Army of the Potomac, the main Union Army in the Eastern Theatre during the war, was St. Patrick's Day in 1863, when the Irish Brigade put on this incredible event and show for everybody in the army. They were only one of a number of units to do this type of celebration, and they were every year they would occur. And I wanted to just take a more in-depth look specifically at the 1863 events. It's worth noting at the outset, though, and I often say this when discussing the Irish, most Irish guys who fought in the war didn't serve in these ethnic units, so they didn't have the opportunity to celebrate and commemorate this day the way the others did. It didn't mean, though, that they weren't interested in it. So we have accounts, for example, of men who were fighting with Sherman, who were talking about how, because of the campaigning, they have no chance to drown the old toad this year. In other words, to drink and enjoy the celebrations, but how they hope to do so in subsequent years with their family. But the Irish units really had a unique opportunity to explore their own heritage and their own ethnicity and to celebrate it during the conflict. And so this 1863 one, which became such a massive event for them, is the one we're going to take a look at. So in 1863, when March 17th is coming around, the Irish Brigade has been decimated by significant losses during the Peninsula Campaign, at Antietam, at Fredericksburg. Morale actually had been quite low in the Army of the Potomac at the start of that year. The Mud March had taken place, which had been a disaster. And so these men who were about to embark in the not too distant future on the Chancellorsville and Gettysburg campaigns are having a look at trying to get some downtime. And so at this point of the war, the Irish Brigade is made up of the 63rd, the 69th and the 88th New York Infantry, and the 28th Massachusetts and 116th Pennsylvania Infantry had joined it late the previous year. So they set to work preparing and marking out, first off, an elaborate race course. Horse racing was a really big deal for Irish Americans at this period. And they wanted part of their celebration to be a grand Irish steeplechase. And this is the advertisement they put out in the Army of the Potomac for it. They said it was to come off the 17th of March, rain or shine, by horses, the property of, and to be ridden by commissioned officers of that brigade, the Irish Brigade. The prizes are a purse of $500, second horse to save his stakes, 2.5 mile heat, the best 2 in 3, over 4 hurdles 4.5 feet high, and 5 ditch fences, including 2 artificial rivers 15 feet wide and 6 deep, hurdles to be made of forest pine and braced with hoops. We can see here what these lads are spending a lot of their time doing. In the early months of 1863, they are actually constructing a race course as part of this major event that they hope everyone will come. So they wanted to make sure it was a major celebration. So they'd sent the brigade quartermaster on to Washington in advance to get everything together for a post-race banquet. So among the things he were getting was 35 hams, a side of roasted ox, a pig stuffed with boiled turkeys, and countless chickens, ducks, and small game. Obviously, being an Irish event, alcohol was not to be forgotten. So just to be safe, they had 8 baskets of champagne, 10 gallons of rum, and 10 gallons of whiskey. They erected a bower that could hold hundreds of guests, and there was a general invitation issued to all the officers in the Army of the Potomac. So again here, it's not just a celebration. There's a meaning behind this. They want to put their best foot forward with everybody within the Army, right? So it's important to remember that when we're thinking about these 1863 celebrations. So as all good celebrations do for Patrick's Day, they formed a committee which convened on the 16th of March to decide who was the best qualified to mix the punch. Right? Very important to get this right. Captain Gosson and Captain Hogan were selected. Anyone who ever looks at the Irish Brigade and any of the celebrations, and indeed a good bit of the laughs that were had, Captain Jack Gosson is generally involved in it. He seems to have really been the life and soul of the party in the Irish Brigade during the Civil War. So those two men worked hard at their task, so hard, in fact, that they both felt overpowered by their labours and had to be relieved from duty. In other words, they were, I think, partaking a bit too much in the ingredients of the punch. They weren't the only, the Irish Brigade were set in all of these celebrations in train, but they weren't the only ethnic Irish unit in the Army of the Potomac. So just to take another one, the 9th Massachusetts Infantry, another storied regiment, they had suffered the highest losses of any unit at Gaines Mill in 1862, any federal unit at Gaines Mill. But in 1863, they weren't to be left wanting when it came to their preparations. So Adjutant M.W. Phelan and Quartermaster Mooney were assigned by their Colonel Patrick Guiney to make ready for the day. And they secured goodies from Washington for the occasion, which they invited their entire division to attend. So again, you see the importance of them trying, in an era where there was a lot of anti-Irish nativism. The Emancipation Proclamation had recently come in, so they're trying to launch this public relations blitz on the military. But a week before St. Patrick's Day, the 9th Massachusetts announced the schedule of events for their regiment. So this is what they were going to be doing. There was to be a sack race, a race for a greased pig. Everyone was going to be trying to climb a greased pole. There were going to be jumping matches, refreshments, horse racing, of course, and a mock dress parade. So often in these events, the officers and the privates would switch places for the day, so that the other ranks could order around the officers. So it was all supposed to be a kind of a jolly event. In the 9th Massachusetts, there were small amounts of money for the winners of each event, apart from the winner of the greased pig race, who got to keep the pig instead. Whoever managed to climb the 15-foot greased pole at the top was a 10-day leave, 10-day pass. And again, you see this frequently during the conflict, that you often see these furloughs, these passes on top of greased poles. Very rarely does anyone ever get them. A green area opposite the 9th Massachusetts camping ground was prepared, and the camp was decorated with evergreens and Irish mottos. Okay, so when St. Patrick's Day 1863 finally came, it was a great sunny day. It was good, really good conditions for everyone. The Irish Brigade started with religious ceremonies, and then the horse racing started. And each rider actually dressed up for the occasion. Some of them donned the colours that they would have worn in their hunting clubs and racing clubs back in Ireland. So there was one officer who was from Galway who dressed up in scarlet with a green velvet smoking cap, which were the colours of the Galway Blazers Club that he had belonged to when he had been in Ireland. Thousands of men and officers came to see this event. So if you read a lot of Army of the Potomac memoirs, you will come across reference to the St. Patrick's Day 1863 event. It's one of the most famous events in the history of the Army of the Potomac. The Army commander was there, Joe Hooker, at the time. And the designated start time for the racing was 11 a.m. So there was a crack of the whip and a note from the bugler, and the 6 runners and riders who'd been selected headed off. And the winner, luckily enough, on Thomas Francis Marr, the commander of the Irish Brigade's grey horse called Jack Hinton, was Captain Jack Gosson, who had apparently not been feeling too worse for the wear from his overexertions with the punch the previous night. It was the racing element of it was very much an officer's affair, even though the men could view it. But after lunch, there was more sport, and a lot of it was designed to try and include the other ranks. So this was the Irish Brigade's after lunch sequence of events. First off was a foot race, 1/2 mile distance, best of heat, that was open to all non-commissioned officers and privates, with the winner to receive $7 and second $3. So that's nearly a month's pay for the winner. Second was casting weights, the weights to weigh from 10 to 14 pounds, the winner to receive $3. Third was running after a soap pig. You can see this was a popular pastime during the Civil War. The prize to be the pig for the man who holds it. Fourth was a hurdle race, 1/2 mile distance, open to all non-commissioned officers and privates. The winner again to receive $7, the second $3. A wheelbarrow race, like all good sports days. The contestants, though, to be blindfolded and limited to 6 soldiers of the Irish Brigade. The winner there was to get $5, the distance to be decided on the ground. The sixth was a sack race, jumping in sacks to the distance of 500 yards, and for the winner there was $5. And seventh, there was a contest on the light fantastic toe, consisting of Irish reels, jigs, and hornpipes. The best dancer to receive $5, the second best $3, to be decided by a judge appointed by the chairman. Right, so you get this Irish cultural, Irish dancing element at the end. So at the same time when all this is going on, back at the 9th Massachusetts, with their division, the games were in full swing. So the greased pole, apparently, because there was that 10-day furlough, that 10-day leave on top of it, was particularly popular. And attempts to secure the passed air commenced at 10 a.m. So this is the account that we're given of those attempts. Apparently, one tall, stout fellow made a desperate effort to lift himself from the ground, and after trying for about half an hour, was reluctantly compelled to give up, having in that time only achieved about an inch. He looked wistfully at the paper fluttering above him, and then turned away to give room to an ambitious youngster, who succeeded in getting halfway up, when, coming to a spot greasier than the rest, he began to slip, and did not pause until he came to the ground amid the roars of the crowd. So try as they might, no one succeeded in reaching the top of the pole, but their disappointment was tempered a bit at 11 a.m. when each man was issued a gill of whiskey, which was shared with the men of the 62nd Pennsylvania Regiment, a non-Irish regiment, but who they served with. Unfortunately, though, this mixture of alcohol and sporting events and stuff was dangerous, and tragedy did strike in the afternoon horse race with the 9th Massachusetts, when Quartermaster Mooney collided with Dr. Faxon of the 32nd Massachusetts Infantry while they were both riding at full speed. Mooney was knocked unconscious and died of his injuries a few days later. So, you know, these are real events. This horse racing was dangerous and that they were taking part in. So that put a bit of a dampener for the 9th on those events. Their last event of the day in that regiment was a mock dress parade. They'd also done that the previous year and would do it again. But for the occasion, the men elected their own officers and the enlisted soldiers had full control. The manual of arms was parodied, and one of the men in Company G, who was elected colonel, managed to reduce everyone to laughter, apparently, by accurately imitating their Colonel Guiney's voice. So I don't think it takes much imagination for us to know what both groups were doing that evening in the Irish Brigade and in the 9th Massachusetts. Drinking and general merriment is how it was described. Poems were read and songs were sung, and for a day and night the worries of the war were left behind. Everyone who was there remembered it. So it passed into legend in the Army of Potomac, as I was mentioning, and we're lucky actually, and I'll provide a link to some of these. A special artist, Edwin Forbes, who was with Frank Leslie's magazine, actually sketched a lot of the Irish Brigade events in a series of sketches to preserve the festivities. I wanted to just bring this short look at 1863 and the importance of St. Patrick's Day to a close by looking at the experiences of one individual, though. So I spent a lot of my time working on these widows and dependent pension files of men who did not survive their service. And I've been gathering letters together. And I actually do have a letter written by a man who was in the 9th Massachusetts referencing the St. Patrick's Day 1863 events. And he was a Cork immigrant called David O'Keefe. He was a cabinet maker. And he had been in the army for about 6 months by the time 17th of March comes around. He'd emigrated to Reading, Massachusetts with his wife and family. And he wasn't a young man when he joined the army. He was 44 years old, which was pretty old to be trying to stand up to the ardors of campaign. So he and his young family had gone out of Ireland in and around the time of the famine. We're not precisely sure, but he was a famine era immigrant. But a few days after St. Patrick's Day, he dictated a letter home. So it's written and dated from Falmouth, Virginia on the 26th of March, 1863. And I'll read it to you here in its entirety. It starts off, "Dear Jane, I received your letter of the 19th instant last evening, which brought the sad news of the death of poor Jeb. I regret your loss, and I think the little ones will more than ever feel the need and guide of a mother's hand, and I know they have nothing to fear while you are left to them. I am in good health, thank God, and hope the receipt of this will find you enjoying a like blessing. Of course, I have no idea what time I can go home. It may be in a few months. All is quiet here at present, and the weather is very changeable. We fare better than might be expected. We have bake ovens erected and have fresh bread every day. I'm glad to hear of the upward tendency of business, and hope it will continue prosperous. We had quite a merry time here Patrick's Day. Officers were chosen from the ranks to officiate during the day, and the officers became privates. A dress parade and sword presentation caused considerable merriment. A grease pole was erected, but no one could climb it. A furlough was on the top. Horse racing and music from the band concluded the amusement of the day. Our colonel delivered a very humorous and appropriate address in the morning. The whole affair was a pleasant one. Tell Kitty to be in good cheer. No more, but write soon from your friend, David O'Keefe. P.S. Direct your letter to Company A. So just to take David's story forward from that letter in March, at the end of May, the 9th Massachusetts Infantry were ordered to Ellis's Ford on the Rappahannock River, where they dug defensive positions to face rebel pickets on the other side of the water. This is after Chancellorsville. And on the 5th of June, the regiment marched to Kelly's Ford as the Union Army were seeking to find out where Robert E. Lee's military Army of Northern Virginia had gone. Lieutenant John Doherty of David's Company A later remembered that the campaign was a severe one from marching, severe duty and exposure. David dictated one more letter written to his sister from the midst of the campaign at Kelly's Ford on the 6th of June. And now this man who was in his mid-40s was clearly feeling the pace. He worried that the hardships of the summer campaign would, quote, break us. So you can see the type of arduous conditions he was enduring. He expressed his relief that his son David was not at the front, so he could avoid the marching that he and the other poor devils had to endure. Unfortunately, that proved to be David's last letter. A few weeks later, his son David Jr., who was working as a guard at Portsmouth Grove Hospital in Rhode Island, encountered a group of wounded men from the 9th Massachusetts. And as you would expect, he went up to them and asked them, did they know his father and did they have any news of him? And as David Jr. remembered it, he said, I inquired if they knew father, and as good luck or bad as it proved in this case, I found a man who wrote father's letters, Edward Noonan, and he told me that he died in the hospital at Fairfax Seminary. In only a matter of days following his last letter, David's concerns about his summer campaign breaking him down came to fruition. He was taken from Kelly's Fort to Fairfax Seminary, where he died on the 23rd of June, 1863, of what was described as old age and general debility. In effect, the pace of the march trying to track Robert E. Lee's Army in Northern Virginia had been too much for him. And we often see this in the war. So quite a poignant end. So that St. Patrick's Day has all the more meaning, I suppose, in relation to him, as it was really the last time he had a bit of downtime, a bit of enjoyment, a bit of merriment, thinking about home, thinking about family and enjoying it with those around him. So that's just to give you a flavour of some of the important aspects of that 1863 event, which really was the most famous year for St. Patrick's Day in the war. But as I say, they continued these sort of celebrations all the way through whenever they could. In 1864 and 1865 as well, in the trenches of Petersburg, they always sought to mark it in these ethnic units. I hope now where we don't have the opportunity maybe to mark it as we normally would, that all of you have a very good St. Patrick's Day 2021. Take care.
I want to give a shout out to our partners, Noel, Martin, Kieran, and Claudine, who are part of TradFest in Dublin right now, probably watching us. I want to thank you for that partnership. Since 2014, we've been working with them to bring young, emerging artists and musicians from Ireland to Milwaukee Irish Fest. In 2019, the last one we had was a fabulous musician named Susan O'Neill. If you didn't catch her then, you can go onto our site, find a clip of there, or you can go to her website, Susan O'Neill.
Hi everybody, this is Brendan and that is Grania, and I will be playing for you today from Switzerland, and Grania will be singing for you today from Ireland. And we're presenting an online concert as part of the Milwaukee Irish Festival St. Patrick's Day celebrations. So, Grania, what's the crack?
Hi Brendan. Hi everyone. Isn't the internet amazing? Look what we can do. We're delighted to be here with thanks to Culture Ireland and Tradfest, and we're going to kick things off today with a song called Bucalón Erna, a song about a boy who's trying to woo a girl, but in the end he decides that her kiss is not worth the shoes on his feet. Colleen Jasso Ní ring bos brele he time fein sever galore Is long cark go vede go he van gladas chiron Smarinari me besi me tire chande muyo Rocky me more rocky Jane of Lana von Glan Gan Hotes gan Vaj gan Granin Bracker Billum Och de Lorna Crave Mar Cluda Glabos Mokyon Soro Yacht Manam Jacusig Fake and Charum Enough Lucht bio malo nar clacht misheria Gimrit se gold a hoog vina jassa an clear Ma chael me mo stor Ni mo jugger chael me mo keel Ni molum the fog non broke Atomic chael le blien Gorgeous version of the new Copperplate to finish out there. Brendan and I like to play songs from all generations of Irish music, and this next song is a more recent song by the very talented Declan O'Rourke. We release music videos every month on our Facebook channel, so this is our most recent one, Galileo. Galileo fell in love as a Galilean boy, and he wondered what in heavens, who invented such a joy. But the question got the better of his scientific mind, and to his blind and dying days he looked up high and often sighed and sometimes cried. Who puts the rainbow in the sky? Who lights the stars at night? Who dreamt up someone so divine? made them mine. Love can make you ask some funny questions now and then, but just remember the alternatives. For I remember when I was lonely and unhappy, and my lips were cold as ice, but you kissed me, and good heavens, now I'm here in paradise. So if ever I'm not kissing you or looking in your eyes, I won't be blind and I won't cry. I look up high and gladly sigh and thank the guy who puts the rainbow in the sky, lights the stars at night, who dreamt up someone so divine, someone like you, and made them mine. Someone like you, and made them mine.
We'll now play for you another song in Irish, Oscuelga, as we say in Ireland. And this song is called Trasna Nadonta. And Grania and I would have had to learn this song when we were little kids in school. I suppose A, because it was fun. B, because we had to learn some music in school. And C, to help us learn the Irish language, of which I'm sad to say I've forgotten pretty much it all. Grania, however, not only speaks it quite well, I believe, she sings it beautifully. So here we go, Trasna Nadonta.
Trasna Nadonta, dul sheer, slán leis an nuignas is slán leis an gien. Gallim ó crí agus galí an green, galveg fiú go héireann. Honnig mo go in jahire gain, or agus arrogate severus an tail. Irene on Creenum le Bracugoc le Smedridum le Duhi mo wincher. Trasna Nadonta dul sheer, slán leis an nuignas is slán leis an gien. Gallim ó crí agus galí an green, galveg fiú go héireann. Wincher an near her she'd cardam ó crí, Failte is Failte ve roi mer goctave, agant an tail seo sa gwydam an rí, gurlos an nahin furry gil me. Trasna na donta dul sheer, slán leis an nuignas is slán leis an gin. Gallim ó crí agus galí an grian, galveg fiú go hérin. Mar riil sir ó weary mo crí, on I'm sure go hauling is tonta jazz re. Stúrú go ddíra go dúí mo chlíomh, sve me in erin a mórach. Trasna na donta dul sheer, slán leis an nuignas is slán leis an gin. Gallim ó crí agus galí an grian, galveg fiú go hérin.
So Brendan and I put this project together a couple of years ago, and we released a record called Songs from Ireland in 2019. And most of our repertoire today is from that. This next song we got from Brendan's brother Rory, who is a great folk singer and guitarist himself. It's called The Cavan Girl. And following that, we're going to do a song called The Night Visit, or as I wrote out, depending on who you're talking to, which we got from the great Kildare man, Christy Moore.
As I walk the road from Killashandra, weary I sat down, for it's 12 long miles around the lake to get to Cavan town. The Wookter and the road I go once seemed beyond compare. Now I curse the time it takes to reach my Cavan girl so fair. The autumn shades are on the leaves, the trees will soon be bare. Each red coat leaf around me seems the color of her hair. My gaze retreats, defies my feet, but once again I sigh, for the broken pool of sky reminds me the color of her eyes. At the Cavan Cross each Sunday morning, there she can be found, for she seems to have the eye of every boy in Cavan town. If my luck will hold, I'll share the golden summer of her smile, and to break the hearts of Cavan men, she'll walk with me a while. So next Sunday evening finds me homeward, Killashandra bound, to work the week till I return to court in Cavan town. When asked if she would be my bride, at least she's not said no. So next Sunday early rouse myself, and back to her I'll go. Who are you, me pretty fair maid? Who are you, me honey? Who are you, me pretty fair maid? Who are you, me honey? I answered him modestly, I am me mammy's darling, with me too, I fall the diddle da, diary fall the diddle dairy, oh. Will you come to me mammy's house when the moon is shining clearly? Will you come to me mammy's house when the moon is shining clearly? I'll open the door and I'll let you in, and divil the one will hear us, with me too, fall the diddle da, diary fall the diddle dairy, oh. night when the moon was shining clearly. He came to my house in the middle of the night when the moon was shining clearly. I opened the door and I let him in, and divil the one did hear us with me too. Raya, fall the diddle da, diary fall the diddle dairy oh. I took him by the lily white hand and I led him to the table. I took him by the lily white hand and I led him to the table. There's plenty of wine for a soldier boy. Drink it if you're able. With me too, raya, fall the diddle da, diary fall the diddle dairy oh. I got up and I made the bed and I made it nice and daisy. I got up and I made the bed and I made it nice and daisy. Then I took him by the hand and said, blow out that candle with me too, raya, fall the diddle da, diary fall the diddle dairy oh. There we lay till the break of day, and divil the one did hear us. There we lay till the break of day, and divil the one did hear us. I arose and put on my clothes, saying, darling, you must leave me with me too, raya, fall the diddle da, diary fall the diddle dairy oh. When will you return again, and when will we get married? When will you return again, and when will we get married? When broken shells make Christmas bells, we might well get married with me too, raya, fall the diddle da, diary fall the diddle dairy oh. Next up, we have a traditional Irish song, another one that we would have learned in school. It's from the northwest of Ireland, from Donegal, called Báidín Eilimi. It's a very sad tale about Failte and his lovely boat that got wrecked off the coast of Tory Island in treacherous seas. Báidín Eilimi, Jimmy go gola, Báidín Eilimi's Failte meow. Báidín Eilimi, Jimmy go gola, Báidín Eilimi's Failte meow. Báidín Eilimi, Jimmy go gola, Báidín Eilimi's Failte meow. Báidín Eilimi, Jimmy go gola, Báidín Eilimi's Failte meow. Báidín bídeach, Báidín beosaach, Báidín buaiach, Báidín Eilimi. Báidín bídeach, Báidín jontach, Báidín Eilimi's Failte meow. Báidín bídeach, Báidín beosaach, Báidín buaiach, Báidín Eilimi. Báidín díreach, Báidín jontach, Báidín Eilimi's Failte meow. Báidín Eilimi, Jimmy go Tory, Báidín Eilimi's Failte meow. Báidín Eilimi, Jimmy go Tory, Báidín Eilimi's Failte meow. Báidín Eilimi, Brisú I Dóri, Iasc board is Failte meow. Báidín Eilimi, Brisú I Dóri, Báidín Eilimi's Failte meow. Báidín bídeach, Báidín beosaach, Báidín buaiach, Báidín Eilimi. Báidín díreach, Báidín jontach, Báidín Eilimi's Failte meow. Báidín bídeach, Báidín beosaach, Báidín buaiach, Báidín Eilimi. Báidín díreach, Báidín jontach, Báidín Eilimi's Failte meow.
Now we are going to play an American folk song called The Lakes of Pontchartrain. And Grania and I would have first heard this song sang by the likes of Paul Brady and Planksty. But before we play that song, I'm going to play a little jig called Sixpenny Money.
'Twas on one fine March morning I bid New Orleans adieu. I took the road to Jackson Town, my fortune to renew. I cursed all foreign moneys, no credit could I gain, which filled my heart with longing for the lakes of Pontchartrain. I stepped on board a railroad car beneath the morning sun. I rode the rods till evening and laid me down again. All strangers, they're no friends to me, till a dark girl towards me came, and I fell in love with my Creole girl by the lakes of Pontchartrain. I said, me pretty Creole girl, my money here's no good. If it weren't for the alligators, I'd sleep out in the woods. You're welcome here, kind stranger, from such sad thoughts refrain. We never turn a stranger out on the banks of Pontchartrain. She took me to her mammy's house and treated me right well. The hair upon her shoulders in jet black ringlets fell. To try and paint her beauty, I'm sure 'twould be in vain. So handsome was my Creole girl by the lakes of Pontchartrain. Marry me, she said that ne'er could be, for she had got a lover and he was far at sea. She said that she would wait for him, and true she would remain, till he returned to his Creole girl by the lakes of Pontchartrain. So fare thee well, my Creole girl, I never may see more. I'll ne'er forget your kindness in the cottage by the shore, and at each social gathering a flowing bowl I'll drain, and I'll drink a health to my Creole girl by the lakes of Pontchartrain.
So we've come to the last song of our concert, and we're delighted to have been here for the Milwaukee Irish Festival's St. Patrick's Day celebrations, with thanks to Tradfest and Culture Ireland. Thanks so much for tuning in and listening to us, and please reach out and connect with us online. This last song is a rousing song about a goat careering around Ireland. But in truth, the goat represents the spirit of the Irish people. Agus tá an puck buile. The goat is raging.
En galdam sheer country di wurda, pikem doids medul imel, ki kasi aram igumakyo. Och puck on cronus say builja, hallelujah, hallelujah, ton pucker builja, hallelujah, hallelujah. Ton puck builja. Do remar tras na tri rilogag, stagallushon cork fod nam winga. Is trash gurt of vor, shes na tortoga. Cluas unknown in drum left when you hallelujah, hallelujah, ton pucker builja, hallelujah. Hallelujah, ton puck builja. Vi gardamore a mallion a roshdi, is on valley for sea con shinna caliba. Don't share up, dark sat toinon. Stabrishtin you doyen sigyabel, hallelujah. Hallelujah, ton pucker builja, hallelujah, hallelujah, ton puck builja. In angani kush la haik trinona, vian sagart paroshta maknar kunyev, she durch gurbe on chibel bad doilesh. Agaw on thrower fuck on builla, hallelujah, hallelujah, ton pucker builja, hallelujah, hallelujah, ton puck builja.
Hello, you're very welcome to West Kerry. We're here in the wonderful Tigania at Ireland's most westerly point, next to America, right out that window. We're delighted to be playing a few tunes for you for St. Patrick's Day, and we'll be playing about five or six sets of music from around this area and a bit further afield as well. First of all, big thank you to Claudine Murray from Temple Bar for inviting us to be part of this event, and we're really excited to bring some music to you. It's the first gig we've done in a while. So we're going to start off with a set of tunes. The first tune is a really nice barn dance composed by concertina player Caitlin McGowan, and she's now living in my part of the world in Donegal. And we're going to follow that with a really nice tune that I would have heard first from playing a Frankie Gabb and Alec Finn, and it's called The Clavel Fancy.
We're going to continue on now with a set of slides from the local area. All these slides are in a collection that Fergal McAuliffe brought out a good few years ago, but they're all lovely all the same. We're going to continue on now with a set of polkas from West Kerry, and the first one is the Strathnairn, which Begley and Cooney recorded together, and then we're going to go into the P&O polka, which Brandon Begley recorded, and then we're going to finish up the set with Johnny, I Do Miss You.
Thank
So this is our penultimate set of the set, and 3 tunes, 3 jigs, and first one is Bluebells Are Blooming, which Nicole's been playing for years and years and years. And
Not that old.
the next one is a tune we got from Jack Failte, the great Clare concertina player, who was our artist in residence in UCC. We both studied music there. And this tune, The Bull Doherty, we got from him. And the last tune is from a Solace album called Solace, and it's a jig called Timmy Clifford's. It's one of my favourite tunes. Okay, so thanks very much to everyone for listening. We're sort of at the end of our set now. I know it's nice to hear some music this time, and we hope everyone's keeping safe. We want to thank Culture Ireland, Milwaukee Irish Fest, and Temple Bar Trad Fest for organising this and for having us. It's a really hard time for musicians at the moment, so we encourage you to support all artists. If you enjoyed our music and you fancy supporting us, our album, which is up here, doesn't fall down me, is for sale on Bandcamp, and you can find it at if you search Baratida or Delaney McCauley Music or Facebook or Instagram. We may get it linked somewhere as well. You can check that out if you're interested. Although funny enough, none of the sets we've played today are on the album, so maybe if you didn't like the music, then you should buy it. We also, if you're interested in lessons from either of us, we're both very poor and very available. So just get in contact, Delaney McCauley Music at gmail.com. And thanks again for listening. Thanks again for Claudine for having us. And we'll finish up with 2 tunes by the great fluter from Cork, Conal O'Grada, Kung Fu Katie, and the Karate Kid.
So wasn't that a great segment, Matt? I tell you, some of the entertainment, some of the cultural items, and the children's presentations have all been just great. I'm really glad that people were able to come and enjoy it.
Mike, ever since I joined this organization over 25 years ago, every year it just keeps getting better and better. The last time I was in Ireland, I kept telling people we have not even touched the tip of the iceberg of musicians and artists coming over. There's so much talent over there that with your help, with Temple Bar Tradfest help, we can continue to bring everybody over. So take a look at the page at the bottom. Go to our website, CelticMKE or IrishFest.com, and make a donation so we can continue to bring these events on and keep these emergent artists coming out from Ireland.
I'm a folk man, I got the folk blues. I don't play for money, I play for booze. I'm all folked up, I'm all broke up. I wanna sing on the stage, I feel the joke up. I'm a folk man, I got the folk blues. I don't play for money, I play for booze. I'm all folked up, I'm all broke up. I wanna sing on the stage, I feel the joke up. I'm a folk man. I'm a folk man, I have a beard that's rugged, I have fierce long hair, no fear I'll cut it. My voice is worn, I smoke too many. In the regular bender down in Milltown, Malby, I'm a folk man. I'm a folk man, I'm full of stories. I sing songs of past stories. People care cause I care to sing. When I care to sing, I pull a string, I'm a folk man. And I'm a folk man, I write melodies of hardships and of harmonies. In reality of this cultured land, for the working man I'll make a stand. I'm a folk man. And I'm a folk man, I've been round this world to Nashville, down to Mexico. My heart never aches for my hometown till I get home and kiss the ground. I'm a folk man, I've got the folk blues. I don't play for money, I play for booze. I'm all folked up, I'm all broke up. But when I sit on the stage, I feel the choke up. I'm a folk man, I've got the folk blues. I don't play for money, I play for booze. I'm all folked up, I'm all broke up. But when I sit on the stage, I feel the choke up. I'm a folk man. I'm a folk man. I'm a folk man. I'm a folk man. Thank you very much, everybody. We are the Finns. My name is Hugh. This is my brother Kieran. How's it going? We're going to be playing some tunes for you here. It's Happy St. Patrick's Festival weekend day, whatever day it is. Too much Guinness. Happy St. Patrick's Day from Ireland here in Dublin, in just by Christchurch here. We're going to play some tunes for you for the next 25 minutes or something like that. We're going to do another one here. That was a song called Folkman, one of our own ones. And here's a song called El Condor Pasa.
2, 3, 4. A sparrow than a snail. Yes, I would, if I could, I surely would. I surely would. I'd rather be a hammer than a nail. Yes, I would. If I could, I surely would. I surely would. Away, I'd rather sail away like a swan that's here and gone. A man gets tied up to the ground. He gives the world his saddest sound, his saddest sound, his saddest sound, his saddest sound, his saddest sound. 1, 2, 3. I'd rather be a forest than a street. Yes, I would. If I could, I surely would. I surely would. I'd rather feel the earth beneath my feet. Yes, I would. If I could, I surely would. I surely would. Away, I'd rather sail away like a swan that's here and gone. A man gets tied up to the ground, and he gives the world his saddest sound. Away, I'd rather sail away like a swan that's here and gone. A man gets tied up to the ground, he gives the world his saddest sound, his saddest sound, his saddest sound, his saddest sound, his saddest sound. 1, 2, 3. Sparrow than a snail. Yes, I would. If I could, I surely would. I surely would. I'd rather be a hammer than a nail. Yes, I would. If I could, I surely would. I surely would. I'd rather sail away like a swan that's here and gone. Oh, a man gets tied up to the ground, he gives the world his saddest sound. Away, I'd rather sail away like a swan that's here and gone. Oh, a man gets tied up to the ground, and he gives the world his saddest sound, his saddest sound, his saddest sound, his saddest sound, his saddest sound. Thank you very much. There is a song called El Condor Pasa.
So we're going to do another song of our own ones here, and this is a new one, and it's called Passage West. It's going to be on one of our albums that are coming up soon. We reminisce of our camping trip we took in Donegal, when we brought back those naughty girls and the tent began to fall. Never have I laughed so hard as we tried to make them stay. Now the rain was pouring down and we were well on our way. We'll have a pint or two, my friend, which will probably overdo, and we'll open up the bottle of the memories we've been through. Remember down in Passage West on a boat just made for one, we rode around in circles and
till the sun was almost gone. Singing row, row, row your boat gently down a stream. It was then we changed the lyrics to life it is a dream. We'll have a pint or two, my friend, which are probably overdue. And we'll open up the bottle of the memories we've been through. We'll have a pint or two, my friends, which are probably overdue. And we'll open up the bottle of the memories we've been through. I miss those days, those carefree ways when we were young. Those are good times, we were 18 to 21. I miss those days, those carefree ways when we were young. Those are good times, we were 18 to 21. I don't regret when we hired a van and we drove through Connor's Pass. Now the engine, it was making noise since we drove up on the grass. How many French and Germans did we meet along the way? After breaking down beside a wall as we walked to Dingle Bay. We were all sick and feverish and Dolan had the flu. And Johnny produced some whiskey and the sun came smiling through. We'll have a pint or two, my friends, which are probably overdue. And we'll open up the bottle of the memories we've been through. We'll have a pint or two, my friends, which are probably overdue. And we'll open up the bottle of the memories we've been through. 'Cause we'll have that pint or two, my friend, which will probably overdue. And we'll open up the bottle of the memories we've been through. Thanks very much. That was one of our own ones there called Passage West. Hope you're enjoying the music, everybody. So far, we played probably 3 songs that you may not have heard before, but we're going to do a song that you have heard before. And this one's called Star of the County Down, and I hope you like it. Down in the county down one morning last July. Down a boring green came a sweet canine and she smiled as she passed me by. She looks so sweet in her 2 bare feet to the sheen of her brown hair. Such a coax and lift the sickly scent to make sure I was standing there. From Bantry Bay to Derry Cave, from Govan to Dublin town. No maid has seen like a sweet canine that I met in the county down. As she on the bed of the sickly head, I gaze at her feeling rare. And says I to a passerby who's her mum with the brown hair. He smiled at me and prayed to see us the jewel of all Ireland's crown. Rosie McGann from the banks of the Bann and the star of the county down. From Bantry Bay to Derry Cave, from Govan to Dublin town. No maid has seen like a sweet canine that I met in the county down. And I looked so sly and a smile like a rose in June. A new hellish snuff from her Robert throat as she lit the lamenting tunes. At a patter and dodge me in a trance, she just get to a jig or a reel. And her eyes, you know, she lit your soul near her heart, you would like to steal. From Bantry Bay to Derry Cave, from Govan to Dublin town. No maid has seen a sweet canine and I met in the county down. At the harvest fair, she surely be there in her dress and the sunny clothes. With me hack, I cut in me shoes, she right for the kitchen and up her nose. Now pipe a smoke, I'll hush it up, the rest of me round and brown. From my own particular spine and right to the star in the county down. From Bantry Bay to Derry Cave, from Govan to Dublin town. No maid has seen like a sweet canine and I met in the county down. Derry from Galway to Dublin town. No me the scenic street Colleen and I met in the county down. From Bantry Bay to Derry from Galway to Dublin town. No me the scenic street Colleen and I met in the county down. Town in the county down one morning after lie. Down a boring green gave a sweet Colleen and she smiled as she passed me by. She looked so sweet in her two bare feet to the scene of her nut brown hair. Such a coaxing elf had to shake myself to make sure I was standing there. From Bantry Bay to Derry from Galway to Dublin town. No one made a scene like a sweet Colleen that I met in the county down. As she on my spade I to shake me head, I gazed at a feeling rare. And says I to a passerby, who's a man with the nut brown hair. He smiled at me with pride, says he's the jewel of a Ireland's crown. Young Rose, you gun for the banks of the band and the star of the county down. From Bantry Bay to Derry from Galway to Dublin town. Oh, oh, made a scene like a sweet Colleen and I met in the county down. From Galway to Dublin town. No made a scene like a sweet Colleen and I met in the county down. From Bantry Bay to Derry from Galway to Dublin town. No made a scene like a sweet Colleen and I met in the county down. Thank you very much, Star of the County Down. This one's called Queen of Camden Street, and this is about a girl that was walking from Camden Street down through Stephen's Green on her way to O'Donoghue's over there on Merrion Row, I think. And in this, it was a Saturday night, and the rain was spitting rain, and everyone else was falling down around her. But this girl was held her composure as she walked through the streets. And this is called the Queen of Camden Street. sideways, swinging hands. The only girl able to stand without a crouching arch of pain. In the spitting drizzle rain, she still looks sweet and possibly more beautiful. She's the queen of Camden Street. She's the queen of Camden Street. With her head held high in the clouds, you're running dry. She's the queen of Camden Street. In her red high heels, her Christian Louboutins. The smile that's melted you before, hair so hot from the heavy pour, playing tango with the pawns, out of the ripples from the blondes. She's so discreet, she's so damn elegant. Now she's the queen of Camden Street. She's the queen of Camden Street. With her head held high in the clouds to run and dry. She's the queen of Camden Street. In her red high heels, her Christian Louboutins. Street, with her head held high in the clouds to run and dry. She's the queen of Camden Street. In her red high heels for Christian Louboutins. She's the queen of Camden Street. With her head held high in the clouds to run and dry. She's the queen of Camden Street. In her red high heels for Christian Louboutins. Thank you very much. That was one of our own songs there called The Queen of Camden Street. So we're going to tip on here with a good old Irish one here called The Big Strong Man. Have you heard about the big strong man? He lives in a caravan. Have you heard about the Jeffrey Johnson fight? Oh, what a hell of a fight. You could take all the heavyweights you got. We've a lad who could beat the whole lot. He used to ring bells in the belfry, and now he's going to fight Jack Dempsey. He was my brother, Sylvester. What's he got? A rope of the medals on a chest, big chest. He killed 50 barmen in the west. He knows no resting from man hell's fire. Don't push, just shove, plenty for you. I mean, he's got an arm like a leg, and a punch like a sick battleship, big ship. He takes all the army and the navy to put the wind up Sylvester. He thought he'd take a trip to Italy, and then he thought that he'd go by sea. He jumped off the harbour in New York, and then he swam like a man made of cork. He saw the Lusitania in distress. What'd he do? He put the old boat on his chest, big chest. He drank all the water in the sea, and then he walked all the way to Italy. He was my brother, Sylvester. What's he got? I wrote about the medals on the chest, big chest. They killed 50 barmen in the west. He knows no resting from man hell's fire. Don't push, just shove, plenty for you. And he's got an arm like a leg, and a punch like a sick battleship, big ship. He takes all the army and the navy to put the wind up Sylvester. He thought he'd take a trip to old Japan, and then he turned out the whole brass band, and he played every instrument he got. So like a lad, sure he played the whole lot. The old church bells will ring, hell's bells. The whole church choir will sing, hell's fire. They all turned out to say farewell to me brother Sylvester. He was my brother Sylvester. What's he got? I wrote about the medals on his chest, big chest. He killed 50 barmen in the west. He knows no resting for man, hell's fire. Don't push, just shove, plenty for you. I mean, he's got an arm like a leg, lady's leg. A punch like a sick battleship, big ship. He takes all the army and the navy to put the wind up Sylvester. you heard about the big strong man? He lives in a caravan. Have you heard about the Jeffrey Johnson fight? Oh, what a hell of a fight. You can take all the heavyweights you got. We've a lad who could bet the whole lot. And he used to ring bells in the belfry, and I was gonna fight Jack Dempsey. He was my brother, Sylvester, what's he got? A rope for the men is on the chest, big chest. To get 50 barman in the west. He knows no resting for man, hell's fire, don't push, just shove, plenty room for you and me. He's got an arm, I like a leg, and a punch stack is sick about a ship, big ship. He thinks on the army and the navy, about the wind up Sylvester. He was my brother, Sylvester, what's he got? A rope for the men is on the chest, big chest. To get 50 barman in the west. He knows no resting for man, hell's fire, don't push, just shove, plenty room for you and me. He's got an arm, I like a leg, and a punch stack is sick about a ship, big ship. He thinks all the army and the navy, about the wind up Sylvester. He takes all the army and the navy, about the wind up Sylvester. Thank you very much, some big strong man there for you.
It's a song called Tom Paine's Bones. We learned this one from Dick Gotten. 1, 2, 3, 4. As I dreamed out one evening by the river of discontent, I bumped straight into old Tom Paine. As running down the road he went. He said, I can't stop right now, child. King George is after me, and he'd have a rope around my throat, hand me from the liberty tree, or I will dance the Tom Paine's bones. Dance the Tom Paine's bones. Dance in the oldest boots I own, the rhythm of Tom Paine's bones. I will dance the Tom Paine's bones. Dance the Tom Paine's bones. Dance in the oldest boots I own, the rhythm of Tom Paine's bones. Well, they say I talked about freedom and justice for everyone, but ever since the very first word I spoke, I've been looking down a barrel of a gun. Now they say I preached revolution. Let me say in my defense that all I ever did, wherever I went, was to speak a lot of common sense. For I will dance the Tom Paine's bones. Dance the Tom Paine's bones. Dance in the oldest boots I own, with the rhythm of Tom Paine's bones. I will dance the Tom Paine's bones. Dance the Tom Paine's bones. Dance in the oldest boots I own, with the rhythm of Tom Paine's bones. Tom Paine, he ran so fast, he left me standing still. And there I was, a piece of paper in my hand, standing at the top of the hill. It said, this is the age of reason, these are the rights of men. Kick off religion and monarchy, it's written there in Tom Paine's plan. I will dance the Tom Paine's bones. Dance the Tom Paine's bones. Dance in the oldest boots I own, the rhythm of Tom Paine's bones. I will dance the Tom Paine's bones. Dance the Tom Paine's bones. Dance in the oldest boots I own, the rhythm of Tom Paine's bones. Now old Tom Paine, there he lies, and nobody laughs and nobody cries. How he goes or how he fares, nobody knows and nobody cares. For I will dance to Tom Paine's bones. Dance to Tom Paine's bones. Dance in the oldest boots I own, to the rhythm of Tom Paine's bones. I will dance to Tom Paine's bones. Dance to Tom Paine's bones. Dance in the oldest boots I own, to the rhythm of Tom Paine's bones. I will dance to Tom Paine's bones. Dance to Tom Paine's bones. Dance in the oldest boots I own, to the rhythm of Tom Paine's bones.
Thank you very much. There's a song called Tom Paine's Bones. Lovely stuff. We're going to leave you off with one more song, one of our own ones here for you. Thanks very much for listening to us. We are the Finns. My name is Hugh. This is my very much older brother, Kieran. And happy St. Patrick's Day, week, festival, month, however long you celebrate St. Paddy's Day. From here in Christchurch in Dublin to you at home, from us, happy St. Paddy's Day. And this is my hometown, a song about our hometown where we're from there in County Laois. Here we go. I can smell the rain on the dusty ground, playing conkers from the trees you found, watching tractors cut the meadow grass. On the wall, watch the world go past. Bring me back to my hometown, by the quiet fields, near the ash trees. Bring me back to my hometown, to its slumber, its burning ember, running down the old wood lane, to rows of barns to shelter rain, swinging on that siege maid. The sky is clear, it's a different shade. Bring me back to my hometown, by the quiet fields, near the ash trees. Bring me back to my hometown, to its slumber, its burning ember. Bring me back to my hometown, by the quiet fields, near the ash trees. Bring me back to my hometown, to its slumber, its burning ember. River floods with no regard for man. A lake vista from where you stand. Dandelion seeds blow through the air of this darling town, and it's debonair. Bring me back to my hometown, by the quiet fields, near the ash trees. Bring me back to my hometown, to its slumber, its burning ember. Bring me back to my hometown, by the quiet fields, near the ash trees. Bring me back to my hometown, to its slumber, its burning ember. Bring me back to my hometown, by the quiet fields, near the ash trees. Bring me back to my hometown. Thank you very much, everybody. Happy St. Paddy's Day. Happy St. Paddy's Day. From us, the Finns. Good luck. God bless. Thank you very much. Thank you.
delighted to be part of this great celebration for St. Patrick's Day by CelticMKE. And thanks very much to them and to Gentlebar Tradfest and Culture Ireland for this lovely opportunity to celebrate St. Patrick's Day with you all. I'm delighted to be joined by Gavin Coughlin, who is just from down the road from me, which is great, with current restrictions and all those things that we won't talk about at the moment. I started off there with a hornpipe called Thomond Bridge. Thomond Bridge is a bridge in Limerick, so I presume it's something associated with that place. I don't know who the composer is, unfortunately. But I'm going to continue on now with two tunes named after two musicians a bit closer to home. The first is Garrett Barry's Jig. Garrett Barry was a piper who was born during the famine in Ireland. He was born in 1847 and he actually became blind while he was young through disease, and because of that he learned the pipes as a way of making his livelihood, and this tune is one of his, and I'm going to follow that with Austin Tierney's Reel. And Austin Tierney was a great fiddle player from Kilfenora, where I'm from, and he was one of the original members of the Kilfenora Kitty Band, which was founded back in 1909, and we're still going strong 112 years later. And I'm delighted to play with them well now, so I'm going to give these a go. I'm going to continue with the Strathspey, and I reel next the Strathspey I got from the playing of Tommy Peoples, which would be another great fiddling hero of mine, called The Laird of Drumblare, which is tuned by Scott Skinner, James Scott Skinner, a great fiddle player from Scotland, who was born in 1843, I think, and great compositions he has. And I'm going to continue then with the New Mo Meadow Reel, and this is the version that we play around here, where we play the first part as the second part, and the second part as the first part. So, here goes to go. I'm delighted to be joined by my sister Tara for the next set. Tara is of river dance fame, definitely missing touring river dance at the moment, I'd say.
This is nice Scotch play for tunes.
That's it. And you can check out her Tune a Day on Facebook as well. She puts up a video every day.
Anybody that would like to join is welcome to join. A whole year left.
So we're going to play two jigs, the second of which is The Cat's Meow, written by the great Joni Madden. If you know the name of the first one, please let us know. We don't know.
Off you go.
continue on with an air now called Dear Irish Boy that I learnt from Eileen O'Brien, a great fiddle player. And I came to air playing quite late. My sister Tara is the champion air player in our house, so it saved me having to learn them because she always was the one who played the air if we ever needed an air played. So I stuck to the jigs and reels when I was growing up. But as I kind of got back into them now and started learning them and kind of appreciating them more, and there's some really beautiful ones out there. So this is Dear Irish Boy. By Emer for this next set. Emer plays with the Clifton Arcady Band along with me, and this is a Charlie London composition. It's the Ireland Wedding March and Plank Steve Joburg. By playing the three Kilfenores, and I'm delighted Emer and Tara are going to join me for this, and Gavin as well. Thanks very much, Gavin, for playing all these lovely sets, and Emer and Tara for joining me as well. I'd like to say big thanks again to Celtic Milwaukee for this lovely celebration of St. Patrick's Day, and as well to Temple Bar Tradfest and Culture Ireland, and I'm looking forward to seeing the rest of the acts in this, and thanks to the Burn Centre again as well for having this lovely space that we can play in. So let's go. Three to Flores. Thanks very much for listening and tuning in.
Wasn't that a great segment? We want to thank everybody who participated in submitting videos for our programming, whether it be musicians, artists. We would not have been able to do this without help from them.
You know, Matt, having shows like this has been a lot of fun. I look forward to being in person again and being able to do this while we're all together, but it sure has been fun putting on presentations online like this, and I know that there will always be a virtual component to Milwaukee Irish Fest in the future.
Mike, I love these virtual events, but you've hit it on the head. I can't wait till we get back to the in-person festival in August. With that, we will have a component of virtualization from here on, because we love doing these type of shows.
Good evening everyone, agus Failte Rove. I'm delighted to join you at the Tradfest for Milwaukee for the celebrations of St. Patrick's Day. So I hope you're all having a great time so far. My name is Diane Cannon and I'm from Donegal, and I'm going to be singing a few songs for you in the next wee while. So I hope you enjoy it. Now, we are still in lockdown here in Donegal in Ireland, so it was very difficult. We just miss playing with our fellow musicians and friends. So we came together just before the last lockdown and we recorded a few songs in the Regional Cultural Centre here locally, myself and Manas Lunny and Teresa Kavanagh. So tonight I'm going to share that with you, and I'm going to start off, the first song is going to be Gafty Wallabwee, and it's a song from Ranafast, and it just tells the story. The poet, he's kind of reminiscing over his life and just probably thinking about all the things that he had done wrong and what he could have done and what he shouldn't have done and whatnot. And so yeah, it's a love song but no happy ending to it. So this is a very popular song from Donegal and it's called Gafty Wallabwee.
Hey, Gafty Wallabwee, Aaron Mission Grill, Aviam Wada, Budanta, Kelau Lamri, Shall Tomultan Sunday. Of we speri Marvi Mawat gan vri gan Mishna and Makri Siogam Ervin Gleve Vian Kalua Makli Agus bacon dough silly Agus Jimishi the feet away down Hey Galui Dangrain Fanam Shahre Now Vinshkia Buare Bahawal Dusente Ahinian Sikre Oh Sawere Name and through I Namre San me dagaru aru makas or it the say fam krieve halanguadu Sagum tan Weistras es massacre fa keger singenta Clara Hayden Kharichi Mkhas what the gas spolste arshkia rechu an maduru avasa an hirugu fa shni wanyama kabragelu agus muckle day again go on alingan slimra agus calling him cause I know
Well, I hope you enjoyed that. The next song I'm going to sing for you will be another heartbreak song, but it tells, it's an exile song, and it's about a story about a man who had to move to Scotland, and while he was there in Ayrshire, he could still look across and see the hills of Antrim, and this was breaking his heart. So the song kind of tells a story how he would long to be back in Argy Cuin. So that's the song, Argy Cuin, and this version I decided to sing a few verses of it in English and a few of it in Gaelic. So it's just nice to get, if you don't understand the Gaelic language, to get some of the words in English as well. So I hope you enjoy it.
How I long to be in Argy Cuin, where the mountains sing away, and I would let the Sundays go to the cuckoo's land across the bay. Agus so so Erlundu so Shemo Krita Tram Agus Bruna Oh, my heart is weary all alone, and it sends a lonely cry to the cuckoo's land across the bay. like a soul.
Well, that was Argy Hwyn, and I hope you enjoyed it. Well, I'm delighted to be able to celebrate St. Patrick's Day with you, even although it's virtual, but hopefully sometime soon that all these restrictions will be lifted and that we will just get back to playing music as we always did and get to travel and hopefully get across the pond and maybe see you face to face. But in the meantime, this next song I'm going to sing for you is a well-known love song, and lots of people have done different versions of this song. The first time I heard it was from a singer from South Armagh called Garrett Doran, and I fell in love with the lyrics and with the melody, and just such a beautiful song. And his version would be probably from Etna Ní Húlainn. And this song is called Loch Erin Shore. I hope you enjoy. One morning as I went to Failte, bright bee-bus adorning the plain, 'twas down by the shades of Loch Erin I met with this wonderful day. Her voice was so sweet and so pleasing, these beautiful notes she did sing, and the innocent fowl of the forest, their love unto her they did bring. It been on the first time I saw her, my heart it leapt with surprise, for I thought that she could be no mortal, but an angel who fell from the sky. Her hair it resembled gold tresses, and her skin was as white as the snow, and her lips were as red as the roses that bloom around Loch Erin's shore. When I heard that my love was eloping, these words unto her I did say, oh, take me to your habitation, for Cupid has led me astray. Forever I'll keep the commandments. They say that it is the best plan. Fair maids who do yield to men's pleasures, the scripture
treachery I do disown. I would make you a lady of honor if with me this night you'll come home. Oh, had I the lamp of great Aladdin, his rings and his genie once more, I would part with them all for to gain you and live around Loch Erin shore. I would part with them all for to gain you and live around Loch Erin's shore.
Well, the next song that I'm going to sing for you is a song in Gaelic. It's a sean-nós song, and it would be one that would be well known throughout Ireland, but a different version probably would be sung. Like a lot of the sean-nós songs, there would be different versions of them throughout Ireland and in different... sometimes you would get a verse of one song in another and so on and so forth. But this one I had learned when my daughter was... Lillis O'Leary was teaching my daughter, mentoring her. They were recording at the time, and he was teaching her this song. And this is the Tory Island version. Now, at the time, I had never heard this version before, but while they were learning and while they were recording, I fell in love with this song. So I later recorded it again then with Lillis on my last album, Idirmur agus Sleo. But it's a song, as I said, that's well known throughout Ireland, and this particular version is from Tory Island, and it's a conversation between the man and the woman, and he's trying to convince her to go along with him, and she's trying to give him good reasons why she shouldn't and why she couldn't, and so on and so forth. Now, the resolve of the story, I'm not too sure of. You kind of have to make that decision for yourself and take a guess at what happens. But this is Andrinan Dunn.
Mahik tu hige agramo yeri targa kulati darsanui Shilanga oi glan girl of the hen ma nuar them lam he she's to be makes mood you gan hill ma ve wadrin lesh an khoiver sklai bagi shul and the ocean said a loken blow kiger ardan kran keran bin shasharu was the word Fuesi smeda agus blasu grewer an grande siesle bla an ban rebin na ban bogli adoru akan
Well, I hope you're all enjoying the St. Patrick's Day celebrations, that you have your wee whiskey or your pint of Guinness beside you. I know I'll be looking forward, hopefully maybe next year, that we will be there in person. The next song that I'm going to sing for you is Broom of the Cowdenhows. Now, it's a beautiful song from Scotland. And again, I heard it many, many years ago, and it was just one of those songs that always was in the back of my mind. And I was very fortunate to be able to record it and put it on my last album, which I recorded with Manus Lunny, and Teresa also played on the album along with many others. And the album came out about 2 years ago, so if you haven't got the album, make sure to go on to Diane Cannon Music and order yourself one. Take another wee sip of that whiskey and order one for your friends as well. But this song, as I say, it's called Broom of the Cowdenhows, and here you go.
How blithe was I each morn to see my lad come o'er the hill. He skipped the barn and he ran to me. I met him with good will. Oh, the broom, the bonny, bonny broom, the broom of the Cowdenhows. Fain would and cheered me all the day. Oh, the broom, the bonny, bonny broom, the broom of the counting house. Fain would I be in the north country, hearing my feathers yowl. Had faith that I should banish be, gone we o'er hill and moor, because I love the fairest lad that ever yet was born. Oh, the broom, the bonny, bonny broom, the broom of the counting house. Fain would I be in the north country, hearing my feathers yowl. Adieu, ye Cowden house, adieu. Farewell all pleasures there, to wander by his side again is all I crave or care. Oh, the broom, the bonny, bonny broom, the broom of the counting house. Fain would I be in the north country, hearing my feathers yowl. Oh, the broom, the bonny, bonny broom, the broom of the counting house. Fain would I be in the north country, hearing my feathers yowl.
Well, unfortunately, I'm coming near the end of this wee set for you. I really hope you enjoyed it. I have enjoyed spending this short time with you, and as I said, I really hope that in the next year we will bump into each other at some gigs down the line, and where live music will be up and running again. So I do hope to see you, and I would like to say a massive thank you to Milwaukee Tradfest for asking me to be a part of your St. Patrick's Day celebrations. Truly delighted to do so. So I think I'm going to finish off now this time with a song and a tune, a Highland at the end of the song, which I think is very fitting for the day that's in it. The song itself is called Una Vig na Heche, and it's just a wee merry song from Tory Island. And the tune that's after it, what the story behind it is, it's called the Shamrock y Failte, and that just basically means the drowned shamrock. And the story behind it is, my grandfather was a great fiddle player, and he played along with Francie Winnie, father of Mairead ní Winnie from Alton. And through the years, Mairead would always ask me, did I learn my granda's Highland? And I wouldn't be as good a fiddle player as her, but I didn't. And when I was recording the album, I asked her, would she play the Highland on the album for me? And she did. And the story was that many years ago, when she was a young girl, she was out on St. Patrick's Day with her father, and they went to this local bar, and my grandfather was in there playing music at the time. And when they came to the table where they were playing, she said she just remembers he had the shamrocks in, obviously from that morning, but she said they were well and truly drowned because they were drooping and they had their day. But she remembers hearing this Highland that he was playing, and she never heard it before. So she asked him would he teach her the Highland, and he did. And for years later, she could never find anyone who knew the song or knew the tune or the name of it, so she called it Manus Cannon's Highland, which I was very proud that she played that Highland on the album for me. So it's the Drowned Shamrocks, and I hope you're drowned in yours. And again, hope you've enjoyed the show. And from me and everyone in Donegal, happy St. Patrick's Day. Jam shimnin an balaru na bagigyan na laku tan balishog and comfort a Jimmy Emonog. Vi Emonogs na hakshanyon vi Bonaparte na hasu one at a quarter deck na hasu vi shall wear and vrishte more. Una vek na hedge na tu for glue seru and lashin in ramel Gini na verloren Skillins van tagarnische voet toe in de lauwjes De kastje ging niet alte geskaarde leho. Makshin liam na cardigan a rui rio darby and yet in down up and no assassin no lair. Cola more na franca basic to le grandeur scourgeru ka elle comfort let down the color more. Ta aller hill na treie gal har salamara na franken on a spine and the parliamentary Tauna gol har sala chart na fela poetric skriwe she don't wondering I will make you tea.
Hi everybody, Tabitha here from Cup of Joe. We are so sad that we cannot be performing live music right now, but we are really excited to be sharing this set of performances with you all. So thank you so much to Milwaukee Irish Fest, Tradfest Temple Bar, and Culture Ireland for making this possible. So we hope you enjoy the next 25 minutes or so. Here is my brother Ruben singing a song that he wrote called Be True to You.
1, 2, 3. Get up in the morning and pull back blinds. Look out the window, I'm looking for signs. I made my stay wandering round in the I can't try too hard. Love is not there, but how do I know that you really still care? Cause all of these days seem to turn into one. It's hard to see where the light will come from. Just like a game of hide and go seek, I'm waiting for change to come and find me. Gotta make a call before I break in. If I lose it all, I'll have to take hold of me and stop being blue and do what I can to be true Well, someday you'll know what the answer will be, and maybe by then my mind will be free. Cause right now in circles I'm running around, I'm trying to see where love can be found. Gotta make a call before I break in. If I lose it all, I'll have to take. Gotta make a call before I break in. If I lose it all, I'll have to take hold of me and stop being blue and do what I can to be true to you. Hold me and stop being blue and do what I can to be true to you.
This next song is called A Marriage Made in Hollywood. It was originally written by Bonnie Raitt and also played by Paul Brady. It's really all about how greed and tragedy go together. Hope you enjoy the song.
Jimmy's not high concept guy, but his front page use, let me tell you why. He's on the cover of the New York Post, all three networks coast to coast. All he needed was a hot night in June, cause he had the needle and he had the spoon, and he bet the bet and hey, it flew into America's living room. We all love tragedy, it loves us too. It's a marriage made in Hollywood between greed and you. All you need to be a star is to die in open view. It's a marriage made in Hollywood between greed and you. Between greed and you. Between greed and you. Between greed and you. Loved by women, admired by men. He walked down Broadway with his best friend. His brain was wired like a light in a socket. His best friend in his back pocket. That horse could kick, that horse could scream, right out of here into a different scene. Unrequited love is what makes it fair, but who keeps score when you're in midair? We all love tragedy, it loves us too. It's a marriage made in Hollywood between greed and you. All you need to be a star is to die in open view. It's a marriage made in Hollywood between greed and you. Between greed and you. Between greed and you. Between greed and you. Like a free-fall chute that didn't open, he woke up to see his dream was broken. Looking up at the hot gray sky, rerun his life and then he died. If you jump off a building, rather beware, my friend, you move up in midair. No time to smile, no time to wave, and buried him up in a media grave. We all love tragedy, it loves us too. It's a marriage made in Hollywood between greed and you. All you need to be a star is to die in open view. It's a marriage made in Hollywood between greed and you. Between greed
This next song that we're going to play for you is one of my favourite Carter family songs. It's a beautiful song and I love singing it, and it's called Storms Are on the Ocean.
I'm going away to leave you, love. I'm going away for a while. And if I return to you sometime, I'll go 10,000 miles. The storms are on the ocean. The heavens may cease to be. Where this world may lose its motion, love, if I prove falsity. Oh, who's gonna shoot a pretty little food? Oh, who's gonna glove your hand? Who's gonna kiss your big red lips when I'm in foreign land? The storms are on the ocean. The heavens may cease to be. Hell, this world may lose its motion, love, if I prove false to you. Oh, can't you hear the lonesome doves? They're flying from pine to pine. They're mourning for their own dear love, the way I'm mourning for mine. Storms are on the ocean. The heavens may cease to be. Where this world may lose its motion, love, if I prove false to me. I'm never going back on the ocean, love. I'm never going back on the sea. I'm never going back, my blue-eyed boy, till he comes back to me. Storms are on the ocean. The heavens may cease to be. Where this world may lose its motion, love, if I prove false to me. Storms are on the ocean. The heavens may cease to be. Where this world may lose its motion, love, if I prove false to me. If I prove false to me.
Next, we're going to play another bluegrass song for you. This is one from the Lonesome River Band, probably one of our favourite bluegrass bands. It's called Talking to Myself. I hope you like it.
There was a time when you would hang to every word I said. I called to say I loved you, then we talked the night away. Communication's breaking down, you're changing, I can't tell. It seems to me I might as well be talking to myself. You're standing here before me, but your mind is somewhere else. It seems to me I might as well be talking to myself. Pain and misery I've never seen before. Darling, could it be you don't love me anymore? You're standing here before me, but your mind is somewhere else. It seems to me I might as well be talking to myself. It seems to me I might as well be talking to myself.
This next song is one called Wanna Go, and I wrote it about a year ago now. I love getting to sing this with my two brothers, Benjamin and Reuben, so I hope you enjoy it. This is Wanna Go.
Wanna go to the mountains where a honeysuckle grows. There's wildflowers in the valley. No one goes, no one knows me. I'll try not to whisper. I'll try not to shout. I lose my patience. Everyone's around, everyone's around me. Maybe I've just said too much. Maybe I've not said enough. From the dawn till setting sun, won't you watch upon my tongue? Won't you watch upon my tongue? I get tired from walking the same old mile after mile, but joy comes in the morning, and I'm alive, and I'm alive. 'Cause maybe I've just said too much, maybe I've not said enough. From the dawn till setting sun, won't you watch upon my tongue? Won't you watch upon my tongue? Stuck in the mud, but you can't get up. And there's fear in your eyes, but there's light in your trials. And master of all, maker of all, you make just the water subside. The seed comes to life and it's alive in me. There's no point in fighting when you're on the same side. The only truth worth knowing is none of us can hide. None of us can hide. 'Cause maybe I've just said too much, maybe I've not said enough. From the dawn till setting sun, won't you watch upon my tongue? just said too much. Maybe I've not said enough. From the doctor says so. Won't you watch it come back down? Won't you watch it come back down? I wanna go to the mountains.
So we've come to the very last song of the set now, but before we go, we really want to thank Milwaukee Irish Fest, Tradfest Temple Bar and Culture Ireland for having us a part of this really wonderful celebration. So we're going to leave you with this one, and it's one of our favourite songs to play together. It's called Hallelujah, written by the wonderful Martha Scanlon, performed by her band The Real Time Travellers. So hopefully you'll see us out on the road in not too long, and we hope that you all stay safe and well, and we'll see you soon.
400,000 miles, I've broke down truck, I've crawled out of Nashville, broken down luck, fallen to rest, the helms in the seam, she's painted the color of broken down dreams, rest in the race, rouge thin as a dime, my 58 Apache gets to work on time, singing hallelujah, hallelujah, baby, hallelujah, she's a run on home, singing hallelujah, hallelujah, baby, hallelujah, standing all alone.
We're really glad that you were able to join us today and able to partake in much of the great presentations that we have had so far. I hope you enjoy the rest of the day, and I hope you come and join us the third weekend of August for Milwaukee Irish Fest in Milwaukee.
We want to thank you for all the donations, for all the submittals from all of our volunteers, as well as our partnership, Temple Bar Trad Fest, and the grant writers, Culture Ireland, NEA, National Endowment of the Arts, and Wisconsin Arts Board.